It is time. Time for the end. Background music down a wee bit. Alrighty. Mm-hmm. So far, of all the royalty-free music I've used, I think I like this one for like a medium excitement type of thing. It's not like maybe a little bit too animated and adventurous for just yeah, just like background music, but pretty good. Pretty good. Alright. Tea. Still very, very warm. A tea sipping ASMR stream. Alright, it's about time to jump in. Right.
Hello.
Hello.
I have a new headset.
Oh, I can. Oh. Sounds good, actually.
Okay, good. I'm not sure. I've not had the chance to test it.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
How have you guys been?
I've been good. I've been productive lately.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, not bad.
Mm.
All right. Whole gang's here today.
Excellent.
What's up? What'd you say there, bud?
The whole gang's here. Full house.
Ah, sweet.
Yeah.
Heck yeah, man.
All right, so I guess we're good to go. All right, let me think. Exactly where we left off. Wasn't a perfect stopping point. It was kind of in the middle of things. Yeah, so last time we decided to embark on the Masquerade quest, and Murderous Masquerade, that is. And you guys made it to the party, came in staggered, so it didn't look like you were necessarily working together. Obviously dressed really well, wearing your own masks, and you kind of milled about for a good while, talking to people, and think here. Took notice of this Julian fella who was being very kind of quiet and reading in a corner. Bram had a small conversation with him, and you guys have kind of been trying to keep tabs and eyes on him because he's acting very differently than everyone else at the party, and hence suspect. And then Faith spent several attempts trying to get the attention of the host of the party, Alexander Otto von Broff, and finally succeeded in doing so by playing hard to get. And yeah, and so the two of you have been engaged in conversation. Then Ares and Tasonsengale have been kind of just musing with partygoers, trying to collect information about if anybody at the party knows anything about the disappearances that have been happening. And Brahm has, I think, been wandering around outside with the aim of going to the mausoleum. Is that right? Or are you just exploring?
Yeah, he was exploring around, but his goal is to try and find this mausoleum.
Yeah. All right. So Blue is appearing somehow randomly.
Health again.
Whatever makes the most sense, but by the sound of things, they probably would have gone with Bram to because discovering something would be more interesting.
Gotcha. Now, are you being just stealthy and avoiding sight, or are you out in the open wearing a mini, I don't know, like clothing that's appropriate for the, like, do you have like mini dress clothes or?
Blue's definitely more used to sneaking into parties, so they might be wearing the nice clothes that they all bought, but kind of hiding them underneath their cloak or something.
Okay.
Kind of like half and half, probably not being very effective at sneaking, but trying to be slightly better at a fancy party like Faith had suggested.
All right, I'm gonna move your token through the map a bit just so you get some vision of what everyone else has seen.
Okay.
And then you've been following Brahm. He moved to this corridor. There's a servant guarding the north there, and it seems like servants have been going in and out from the north there, probably a kitchen of some kind, because they keep going out of there with drinks and hors d'oeuvres. And then move to here. There's stairs that go up just right here. And he came into this little greenhouse. This guy here, Julian, is the guy he talked with for a little bit. He asked him about who he is and what he's doing here. Apparently, he said he lives here. He takes care of these plants, and didn't say much else. Julian was originally found over here, just reading by himself a little book, which he would have still been reading when Bram had a talk with him. And then Bramir has gone out and checking out things here, discovered that this is the outhouse. And so yeah, you've been with him mostly, then that's what you would have seen so far.
All right.
Yeah,
and if
I
you
think
need-
the last few things you would have seen would be like Bram saying, "Is like, yeah, I'm gonna go find this mausoleum. It sounds like, it sounds beautiful. Let me check it out." And then just dramatically opening doors, only to find the bathroom. Oh. Then like
That
walking
definitely sounds the
doors,
most fun.
dramatically opening doors, and then finding a tool shed.
Probably should have come up with some sort of a plan.
Because we're well known for doing that.
Yeah. Also, can we just take a moment and like appreciate the fact that Blue would look absolutely adorable in a little party outfit? It's just a
Yeah.
little like Redwall mouse character just walking around all Elizabethan. I just like, we can keep playing. I had to acknowledge how adorable a mouse would look in a little party dress.
I want to
Pretty
see
sure that's an
arrogant
actual, like,
little
established
mouse.
aesthetic.
I want to see arrogant little noble mouse commanding being doted and served by these staff here. I think that'd be hilarious.
Indeed.
Alright, well. Alright, so here we are. I remember we were going to do something. We're about to do something specific, but I think I was saying that it was going to, like, lead into, you know, too much time. I can't remember what that was now. And I knew that I wouldn't remember, and it bothers me. We had done, I think we had done the Bramir stuff a decent while, so I think we were going to go back to Taz and Ares, who we hadn't touched base with in a while. The last I remember, you two were basically, yeah, just trying to. You both look very unique and out of. You know, you're dressed absolutely correctly and appropriately for the location and the party and all that. You just have very unique things that make you stand out. Ares being the tattoos, and then Desansingil just being his like more traditional Finnish nobility garb.
Charles, you want to go first?
I don't really have anything specific. I'm just trying to go around and see if anybody like feels suspicious. You know, anyone who's not the guy who just is reading the book in the corner of the party.
Right.
You know, other
Yeah.
suspicious people.
I remember we made rolls for that kind of thing. I mean, or no, I guess you're thinking of more of it. Yeah, that's a bit different. Yeah, let's I guess insight's the most appropriate, or perception. Perception's appropriate if you're just looking for someone who's like lurking and separate and not obvious. Insight's more appropriate if you're just looking for, yeah, someone who's just like socially, something off socially about someone.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for the insight. I'm good at that skill too.
All right. So you look around at these people out here. You've spoken with some of them. Perhaps like it's all kind of fluid. People come and go, and you know, obviously I don't have the time to move all these tokens every which way and do whatever. They're just kind of general representations of how many people are in what places and what they might be doing. So people come and go out of here, and like the group that you're with changes over time, and you talk to new people and you try to get a gauge for everyone. And so far, the best of your estimation, the people you have talked to have all been pretty run-of-the-mill, arrogant, snotty nobility. All of them. I said this many times last time. Everybody kind of wants to talk about themselves, and everybody thinks they're the best and most important person here, most important person in the conversation. At a certain point, you do encounter, see a person comes out engaging with Heb, and they seem to be getting on quite well. Rather handsy with each other, and she seems a bit different to you in some way. She seems kind of caring less about propriety. Her garb is like well made, but it's it maybe has a bit less attention to some of the finer details, which are, how do I put this? It seems like everybody's going for like the most extravagant thing they can, often to being over the top and just almost in poor taste. She has a bit more of a simpler dress, still high quality and well made, just nothing
It's
fancy.
been worn more than once.
Or it's like when you do the bare minimum to pass at something.
Yeah, it's a bit more of the bare minimum side of things. She's yeah, she could pass, but you could tell that she's not trying to ruffle her feathers up like a peacock. And they kind of she seems to want to like lead him out through here, but he seems to take interest in somebody that he knows from one of this group, and kind of pulls her back to this other group to chat with that person. And she seems a little you see the briefest frown come across her face before she hides it. I'll just mark her as different. With the eye, because you're keeping an eye on her, even though that's supposed to mean exhaustion. Yeah, you can do with that what you will. Heb, who was supposed to be here to help you with this, seems to have completely kind of just forgotten about it. He almost seems, he doesn't seem like super drunk, but you imagine he's probably a little bit under the influence.
Noted.
He is under the influence, but not of alcohol.
He's just following Sid's plan. Where like last week, Sid was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna get. I can't pretend
Yeah,
it."
'cause then you can act a little bit suspicious, and it makes sense.
Which is a terrible plan.
Thanks.
Terrible plan. Out of character, in character. I mean, I guess that makes sense. You would know. So yeah, he's just following the Sid school of
Sid
thought.
routine.
Yeah, let's quickly snap back to Faith for a little bit.
Sure.
I'm trying to remember where this conversation left off. You guys were getting along
Just
pretty well,
general
right?
chatting, yeah.
Yeah.
Small talk, slight flirting maybe.
Yeah, he kind of reciprocates the very slight flirting. He doesn't seem to want to push it too much, but it almost seems like it's the kind of flirting where he seems like he's just the type of person who does it with almost everybody, which makes it impersonal a little bit and maybe disappointing in that way. But
That's absolutely fine. Fate is exactly the same in that
Mhm.
regard. So
yeah. So if anything, it's like you're getting along well just because of that.
yeah, honestly, I think at first she had a plan to just approach him and see what she can get out of him, but right now she's just having fun.
All right. We'll say that you're continuing that then, unless you have something specific you want to do, and we'll move on with everyone else.
Um,
Oh, go ahead.
yeah,
if
not
you had
right now.
something.
I can do that at a later point.
Okay.
For now, no, that's all.
All right.
A quick thing.
Mhm.
So, I was planning on engaging this person with a conversation, but do I see all of this happen?
Roll me an insight. I imagine that since you and Taz are, obviously, you know who each other are. So you're probably keeping an eye on what each other are doing to see if you're getting any hints from each other. You probably noticed Taz kind of giving a special notice to Heb and this other person. Okay, so yeah, you look at at Heb and the person that that he was walking with and flirting with, and it's up to you if you want to maybe change this interpretation, but I could maybe imagine that Eris just kind of is maybe a little disappointed with Heb for just losing sight of why you're here, rather than seeing what Taz is seeing in that she might be like suspect in some way. You probably think that Heb has kind of poor taste considering how poorly she's dressed for the occasion. But if you think Eris would take it a different way, you're free to change that description.
And you mentioned at the start, it appeared she was pulling Heb somewhere.
It looked like she was pulling him through here, which would just go open to somewhere private, It would be not too suspicious if, if they're trying to get friskier. But, yeah. But considering why you're here, it seems like anybody pulling anybody to somewhere quiet and separate could be seen as suspicious. Just because you rolled a 10 on the inside doesn't mean that you are oblivious to that possibility. Just means you don't see anything else into the situation that's beneath the surface, at least.
So I don't want to intrude, or Eris doesn't want to intrude if there's like still conversation happening between the two of them, or does it seem like Heb is more interested in the group and has kind of sidetracked this woman?
It seems like he keeps trying to talk to this other woman that he seems to have recognized from somewhere in his past, and she. Yeah, it seems odd to you. He keeps trying to focus on this conversation, and he seems to like naturally somehow lose track of the conversation, get confused, much to the other woman's like he always gives like a weird response to that, and immediately snaps back to conversation with her, and she tries to pull him away, but then he kind of like slides back into it's I don't know how to describe it exactly, but it seems like he's being pulled in two directions. Like he has like ADHD, like severe ADHD, and he just can't keep focus on one or the other for too long before he just loses sight of things.
Okay. So I think Eris was about to speak these words to this woman, but as he notices it down, he thinks that this is a better person and will walk on over.
Okay. Yeah. You probably don't take notice, but she clearly is a little offended by this.
Yeah. It might be a bit blunt, like, I try to be as nice as possible, but yeah, there's like a sudden, exit.
Mm-hmm.
Eris will kind of, I don't know if she notices him approach, but then he'll kind of clear his throat to get her attention and say, "Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Eris."
She gives you a glance and like a half smile of acknowledgement that seems clearly disinterested before turning back to Heb, but she then does a double take as she kind of finally connects what she's seeing in her mind and all your tattoos and whatnot and just your overall unique look. And he says, "Eris, have we met before?" "Surely we haven't. I would have remembered."
The Eris has 8 charisma. I think he'll say likewise in a awkward tone. But then he'll switch topics and he'll say, "I had a question. You seem to know your way around this place. Have you been here before by chance?"
Most of us has been to these parties. We all know each other here practically.
I hope I kind of leans in and says, "Well, I hope you can keep a secret that this is my first time here. And as it were to happen, believe me, Vanderhoff's music is amazing and all of that. But I myself have a penchant for fancy mansions like this. And I was hoping to take a look around and get a feel of this place." As he kind of looks back, leans back, he's a natural elf, so there are these, lean body features, high cheekbones, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, "And I was looking for someone who could perhaps give me a tour of the place."
Perhaps. One second. Sure. There's plenty to see upstairs if you'd like to go. Not much on here.
Mm-hmm.
Just servants' facilities.
I'm sure a place as fancy as this. I think this is the first time I've seen a mansion's name prop up on like a piece of map. I am sure this place has many wonders to explore. And kind of, gives the arm forward, gesturing her to lead the way.
Yeah. He practically abandons Heb immediately. And
Nice.
and you see him turn back and look at you, and he blinks a few times and has a puzzled expression on his face as he looks at you. And but he doesn't seem all that frustrated, actually. At least not apparently. As he just seems to give himself a little shrug and turns back to talking to this woman that he knows.
You said puzzle. That's weird. Like angry, pissed off, jealous, I would understand. Okay, nothing. I'll just Eris takes a nap.
So she would lead you back through here.
He's a really cool dude with the banjo, and you've taken one of the people he was talking to away from him. Someone thought you were more interesting than him, and that's puzzling to.
Right,
That's
that's the
fair.
explanation. Yeah, that's fair. I didn't go that way.
On. I have not. It's been a while since I've done people on different floors. Roll me an insight as you guys are walking. She's making like generic conversation as you're going.
I think Eris is talking about his body artist extraordinaire experience, just keeping the like conversation flowing as they're walking, and he's oohing and eyeing at different things as they come across him.
Mhm. Second. Wow. Okay. Yeah, you walk by and up to the stairs that she leads you over here. And all right, I haven't done dragging one person to an individual floor. I'm trying to how this works. Believe you. Oh, I think that work.
As we're walking, does she introduce herself? Does she give herself a name?
No, she doesn't just offer it naturally through conversation.
I mean,
Unless do you
Eris
ask
would
it
of course ask.
specifically?
Yeah.
Okay. She introduces herself as Viviana. Okay, I'll get this figured out one day, I promise. How to move. Time for Google.
As we walk around the courtyard, Eris would give like a look to us, saying, like, I'm headed this way with her, something like that, just to catch his attention, so Toss knows which direction we went.
There we go. All right, I figured it out. Sorry, I missed what you were saying. I was too focused on the technical things.
Never mind, not important.
Okay. Takes you upstairs here, and you'll just go to this dining room, or no, the wall there. Here in this dining room. She kind of talks idly about yeah, just about the place and Otto Umbroff and how she met him essentially in his travel. He tours the world a lot, obviously, as a musician, or as one of the best musicians in the world. And that she just met him on a tour, and that they've been almost inseparable since then.
Wait, sorry. Reel back. They hit. Wait, are you Mrs. Umbroff?
Me? No. Not inseparable in that way.
Ah,
we just see each other a lot.
apologies.
Still go up through this hallway.
As we kind of walk by, Aros will say, "Oh my, that's a 24 bulbed chandelier. It's one of the few amazing arts which exist in this world. Those crystals are unique. Oh, that's a ram's head. You know, a ram is supposed to be mythologically one of the only animals who can go up mountains or something. So, like, all the facts he knows of just keeping the conversation going."
She like listens and nods and smiles, but clearly doesn't seem all that interested, and just kind of lurks in the threshold of the doorway, waiting to move on.
That's fine. As she pauses at this door, Aros will, in the full enthusiasm, ask, "Ooh, what's through this door?"
She says, something we should not disturb.
Ah,
Okay.
moving on. I assume as you stop there, there are, like, no sounds coming.
No, you actually hear no sounds.
Okay. Well,
Not at least, you can make a perception if you want, but nothing that's like blatantly obvious.
yeah, I don't think I have time to like roll like a full perception check. But if there's no blatant sound, then Aros will move on.
She gets to here, opens this door, says, "Oh, a guest bedroom. Would you like a tour of this place?"
Kind of leans in like a little bit. "Oh my, that's Brazilian linen." And then she leaves it. Unless, there's something eye-catchy. Feel you.
You make me... Hold on. You, I don't know if Eris would actually be oblivious to the innuendo, but oblivious or not, you find yourself stepping in and she closes the door.
Oh. No, I at first got okay.
Okay, I guess you were oblivious to the innuendo too.
No, I am, but that's why Eris kind of stepped halfway in the door and then said that and moved out. But if she's that forward, then Eris will just wait to see what happens.
Yeah, she slides the deadbolt closed. Subtly, not like forcefully. Let me see.
"Oh, we're going through this door, are we? Excellent." And starts moving towards that door.
She yeah, I mean she's she's been very forward so far, so she just kind of grabs you and pulls you in for the kiss.
everyone in chat like, "Oh no, he's dead," and I'm like, "Well, actually, it's probably not."
You
Yeah, not where I thought that was going. I was just like, oh, there, he's gonna be.
I so
Yeah.
wish
Again.
Fate was there, or at least
So
aware of
funny
this.
that like half the people were assuming this was a danger situation, and the rest of us were like, "No, this is just romantic."
It could be both.
It could be. You're right.
yeah, none of you are
It's just
seeing this,
probably
are
now.
you? None of you are seeing
Nope.
this.
I think
Forgot about that.
I think Eris is kind of, caught. I know, like, he knows what she's trying to do, but he doesn't expect her to be this kind of brazen. So I think, instead of more of a guess, it's like a peck on her part. But then maybe after like a second, he'll kind of, pull off and say, "Oh my, we've just
Okay.
met. We should at least have a drink and explore the place." Kind of, portraying it as like he's not saying no, but we should at least get to know each other a little bit.
Gotcha. Let me see something real quick.
Okay, that didn't sound nice, Ben.
What's your AC again?
All right. All right. So all right, we focused on this for a good bit. So I'm going to focus back on some other folks for now. We'll kind of fade that to black, leave it a mystery how things progress. So let's see. Let's go back to Brahmin Blue. So kind of touch base with in a while. You guys would have seen this whole thing transpire with Heb and the woman Viviana coming here, and then Ares, basically yoinking her from Heb's attention, and the two of them leaving.
I know we didn't see like the end of all of that or most of it, but at least the part when they're over here, I feel like it's something you'd want popcorn for.
Yeah, I take a few steps over here, and then all of a sudden I just look. Yeah, and then I'm like looking over at Ares, and then suddenly like I look down, and just like Blue. You're really good at that.
Yep.
How long have you been standing there?
Since we came over and you opened that door and it was not the mausoleum but an outhouse.
Ah, yeah.
But I mean, that's one less door that we have to look through now.
Right.
So
I suppose I could just ask directions. Yeah, he says as he walks over, trying to open another door. Oh, what's this? Oh, this is the washroom. Gotcha.
Yeah, actually, probably an overlook by me, but you probably see a servant here who's just laboring away, rather unhappily. But looks over at you and makes no real comment. It seems obvious to him that you're just poking your head in to see what's in here.
Yep. Pardon me. Oop. Place is a labyrinth. It's a puzzle that can never be solved. Oh. Hey, Blue, this one's locked.
Oh, so okay, I didn't check with this on Faith when we talked. She said sneaking around's not normal. Is sticking the locks at a party normal? I've done it at the other parties I've been to, but
It's your party trick.
I would say probably not.
is anyone paying attention to us?
Yeah, picking a log would definitely not be normal for her party. No one's. It's really easy for you to avoid attention. But because of your size, it is feasible. Especially if Braum just kind of like mills about in front of you, in front of the door, just kind of look casual like he's just hanging out. You could easily have cover to pick a lock, even out in the open like this.
All right, well that's what we're doing then.
Yeah, I'll just I guess like mechanically I'm giving her the help action. But I'm just like taking a step over here, just kind of like looking around the wall, and garden, or like this little area, kind of eyeing up that tree, and then sort of like tilting my head and just kind of nodding along to the conversation as I just kind of pretend to be a casual party person. And I'm pretty I'm a pretty stout guy. I'm only like I don't even know if I'm 4 feet. I'm not even 5 feet tall, so it's like pretty low to the ground. So like
It's okay because I'm lower.
Yeah, which is works perfect for Blue's small stature.
You two
For
should buy a
Asbram.
trench coat.
Ooh. But I don't know if Blue could carry him. So Blue's head would have to be on top, and that would look really odd.
Just this like normal proportioned body, just like, and then just a tiny head, little mouse head.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Well, as Brahm's doing that, Blue will kind of look around and carefully, and then start picking the lock.
I didn't realize. You're right, Tony. I'm sorry. Just looking in the chat, Blue. That's why Blue's so good at this. She can literally just like eye level with the pins and just see like how things tumble.
That's right.
She doesn't even have to go by feel. Also, she's my daughter's being very talkative today. So sorry.
I like to think it's the party goers. We're just hearing the background noise.
That's what they sound like.
Like, yeah, they're so drunk they've gone into like the toddler babbles.
All right, Blue. You can.
I am trying to click the button. It's just
being
itself.
Are you doing the Thieves Tool button?
Yeah.
Or are you doing... Okay, just do Sleight of Hand, and we'll add your Thieves Tool proficiency bonus to it. And for the future, when you do a tool check, you actually have to like go to your inventory and click the item.
That's what I was doing, and it wouldn't load. Yep.
Let me have a look at it.
It might just be my service right now.
Sometimes it's a little weird.
Because I think I've clicked things, so it's probably going to do another bulk of like 4 when it loads.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it works for me.
Okay.
Oh, I should have said something before. Oh, good roll.
That's not for anything.
Oh, okay.
It's just a test.
Of course.
I meant to say something before. I meant to change up my spells. Do you mind if I do that? Like right now?
Oh no, I don't mind. I feel like haven't. Or you mean like the ones you have prepared?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm fine with that. We haven't even cast any spells yet, so that's. And you know,
Okay, cool.
just try not to like meta a thing that seems super appropriate. Just whatever you think, you know what you were getting into as far as like murder mystery, masquerade, whatever you think Braum would have prepared for that. You guys haven't learned anything crucial yet anyway, so it's like there's nothing that would really affect what you would have picked.
I am reloading it.
Okay.
It unfortunately, sorry.
It's all good. Do you want me to hit it for you for now?
Probably on this one, yeah.
All right. So 11 plus your tool proficiency is 13. It's not that crazy of a lock. 13 is definitely enough to. Goodness, you have a lot of sleight of hand. Get the lock picked.
When the lock is picked, Blue is just gonna kind of elbow Brum's leg right behind them and gesture to the door.
Sorry, she just face planted. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh.
I heard the little thud.
Yeah. I also am not sure which door I was picking because there's 2 doors in the corner.
It would have been this top one.
Okay.
Oh, the one that
Is the other one locked?
No. This one, it was already opened by Braum. It was just a dish
that was the
cleaning
one.
station.
Okay.
I'll just open the door. Why not?
Yeah, she's standing now on her own, but she's trying to like take those first steps, but she's just doesn't have the balance, and she just fell. She's okay. It's just she has no context for pain, so like any discomfort's just the worst thing in the world.
Of course.
You know, like if you stub your toe, it's like, ow, that hurt. But I know I've stubbed my toe in the past, and I'll be okay. If she stubs her toe, it's like, this is the worst thing ever for always. So, poor girl.
Just the worst thing you've experienced yet. What's that? Isn't that Futurama code or something?
Yeah.
Or no, it's a.
All right. So, yeah, Blue looks at me and says, "What now? Oh, did you got it open?"
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, she would elbow you, and then they're gonna like just kind of head in, take a step inside, look around.
Okay. So, yep, just casually walking by, just nothing to see here. On the way in, just closing the door.
All right. You see basically what looks like a where they keep all the firewood. There's a little wood cutting axe on the table. There's some rope that they use to tie the wood into bundles, and then there's a set of stairs that goes up here. Probably the most notable thing about the room.
What? That's weird, right?
Especially since it was locked and this is just firewood. So we're definitely gonna go up the stairs, right? I mean, there's probably not a mausoleum upstairs, but if the door was locked, there's gotta be something interesting, right?
Well, okay, so here's what I'm thinking. Say you live in a city, locking your firewood up, maybe that makes sense, right? You know, because getting wood in or whatever. But he lives alone in the middle of a forest. Who's going to steal his firewood? That's just like inherently suspicious, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, I'm glad I'm glad you're here. I don't like doing these kind of things by myself. always feel awkward. Um. You know what? I think now is a good enough time as any to pop this off. And he's gonna just look around for a moment. Pull out, like, reach around to his neck. Put a little star pendant. Grab it in his arms. Muddle a few words, actually, and then he's actually also gonna like bend down and like other hand touch the wood, just get a feel for something alive, as he casts Divine Sense.
Okay. Ping it for me.
Just taking a look to see if there's any fiends, undead, or fae around.
The range on that's what, 60 feet?
I believe so. Hold on, I can post it if you want.
Yeah. Got it.
Divine Sense. Yeah, 60 feet.
Up behind total cover. Just so you know, for that kind of ability, since your character would know, total cover would protect anything from this sense, which means it would have to be something like in this room with you.
Gotcha.
Namely
Gotcha.
blue.
So, yeah.
You said if you could save that if you want until you're like in a better situation where you think you get more utility out of it, knowing that now. But
Yeah, I think I will.
But like, yeah, right now you'd either be looking for something hidden in this room or assessing blue.
Yeah. No, I think he trusts blue completely.
Actually, you find fiend.
Blue was a fiend the whole time. Ah! I trusted you. No, the drama. But no. Yeah, I think he'll just poke around for a second, like shift some firewood around. He doesn't see anything too much more interesting. He'll just nod along to Blue and be like, "Yeah, let's head down up over these stairs."
All right.
That seems like the thing to do.
You guys go up the stairs and find yourselves in a hallway, basically. There's a door to your south. There's a tray with some tea pot and a teacup over there. It looks like it's ornamental and has not been used. It doesn't have anything in it right now. And at the end of this hallway, there's another door.
Should we go like one door at a time and check out each room at a time?
I think that might be what we do. Okay. I am gonna do something. I am gonna cast a spell, which is a thing I should. I don't have too many of these, but I think it's worth it. And I'm gonna. Actually, I can. Oh, it only takes a minute if we're good to just hang out for a minute. I can cast Detect Magic.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you take a minute, I assume, to ritual cast it.
Yeah.
And
Oh wait, does it take a minute, 6 seconds, or does it take 10 minutes to cast? I forget how rituals work.
I think it's 10 minutes.
If it's I think you're right because we had to wait like 20 minutes for Ares to cast a couple spells.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not sure paladins can even ritual cast.
I think they can. Regardless, I'm just gonna pop off the detect magic. I don't want to be standing in a locked hallway for 11 minutes.
All right. You have
I
that
mean, we don't know
active
that one door
for-
is locked.
Yeah. So yeah, but I'm just gonna pop that off to
Alright.
have it up.
nothing magic in your immediate vicinity.
Good. That's the fact that there's nothing is very fair. So like walking along. Okay. So I as a player can see all this stuff down here.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, there are blinds in front of the windows. But I mean, you could peek them at any time. You just move them a little bit to see. You can see into the courtyard and whatnot, and the greenhouse from above.
Oh, cool.
And you're very obviously on the second floor of the building.
Oh, so that's the room I was in before. This is not a second greenhouse. No, okay, I see what's going on here. No, I see.
Mhm.
Awesome.
Yeah, this is court. I don't have all the tokens out there, but yeah, that's just the courtyard you're seeing.
That makes perfect sense. So yeah, he'll just lead Blue around across.
Mhm.
Sweetheart, he's being so good. And then just quietly poke his head through here, see what he sees.
Hey, you see another door, another hallway. The door down here to the south is actually opened.
Cool. And then I think he'll actually bend down and whisper, hey, I'm not really used to going to places I'm not invited. Like, I know that's why we're here, so it's all good. We're completely fine. This is what we're supposed to be doing. But I don't really know how I'm supposed to go about it. Do you want to take the lead on this? I trust your instincts here.
The best part of this is that Blue had the conversation with Faith, not with him. So he doesn't know that Blue's experience as parties is also sneaking in and just messing around, not actually being invited.
Yeah, he completely oblivious. He is just like, hey, you have often disappeared into my backpack or, hid behind my legs and just literally in my shadow. And you are very good at being unseen and doing this. That is what we are here to do. I approve of this skill set. And thus far, I have only ever seen you use it for good. So I trust you implicitly like a big golden retriever. Please take the lead as he looks down at this tiny chaotic mouse, not knowing what he has just given consent to.
Oh, wonderful. All right. Blue will look back up at him. Well, there's a lot of doors, so we could carefully try the doors. If they're locked, I could pick the locks, but first we should listen to them. Listen, see if we can hear anything from behind them. If we do hear something, we'll leave that door for later, because there might be a person behind it.
That's a good philosophy. Listening to others is always something that I strive to do. And now you're telling me to listen for others. That's an applied skill. I'm all about it.
Whatever you say, but there's a door right here. So
It's just whatever. Okay.
you just spun into something so heartfelt or heartwarming, whatever. And Blue's just like, sure, yeah, you can apply it that way. Blue's gonna listen at the door, see if they can hear anything, and if they don't hear anything, they're gonna try the doorknob.
Perception.
Yeah, I'll just give her the help action on that. So actively trying to listen in as well.
Gotcha. So +2 to the roll.
Is it +2 with advantage?
+2 if you. It's the way I home roll it. Is if you don't have, if both of you don't have proficiency, then it's just a +2. But if you have proficiency,
Gotcha.
or if you don't, or that, I think that makes that. There you go. I'm saying.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
All right, so
One of
13.
these days, I'll make a character with perception as a skill.
You hear. It seems mostly quiet, except you hear the faint howling and whistling of wind, as if a window has been left ajar or open.
Well, if there's no sounds of movement or talking, Blue is gonna try the doorknob.
Okay. It is locked.
Right, the rolls are working now, so they're gonna look around really quick, make sure that no one is come up either hallway where they're standing, and then turned around. Can you like do that thing where you're kind of standing in front of me again, like we did downstairs?
100%. And yeah,
Awesome.
just and immediately does as instructed, saying out loud is like, you know, like I feel like we're one of the Wardy siblings. You ever read those books growing up?
No.
Yeah, they're like these pair of siblings that go on like adventures solving mysteries. That is a fair use parody name of the Hardy Boys.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes so much more sense. Like, oh, that sounds interesting. Is this a hard lock, or?
You look at the door's lock and you start working on it, and you realize it's not the lock mechanism that's locking it. It's the deadbolt that is slid shut, which is a bit more difficult. I mean, the deadbolt's often what the locking mechanism works with, but some doors don't even have, like this door doesn't even have like a keyhole. It just, you assume it only locks from the inside using a little lever that just slides the deadbolt shut. So you basically have to do this maneuver with using string that you slip through the door and like tie around the deadbolt, and you like slowly, like 0.5 millimeter by 0.5 millimeter, pull the deadbolt back.
Just like I'm just imagining like a small fish hook on a string, like tossed over to the door crack.
Yep.
Honestly, as soon as you said deadbolt, my brain immediately went to that, and I started looking through what stuff I had in my inventory.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'd assume a thieves' tools thing has some kind of thing that and method to deal with deadbolt lock, which is, if anything, it's easier. Just it's easier, just more time consuming, as you have to like very slowly work at it. But during this time, nobody comes and checks on you.
Is Mage Hand sight based? Do you have to have visual? Is that one of the components?
You mean detect magic?
No. Mage Hand.
Mage Hand.
Like this is meta knowledge, but I just for like that I wouldn't know, but Blue would. Like, could she cast it on the other side of the wall? And just
I would say that Yeah, you're when you
Say you
use it, you're controlling it. So you have to know what you do. I mean, like, I think you could cast it and it would stay there, but without you seeing what you're doing with it, it's like you're just flailing around blindly.
That makes perfect sense. Otherwise, that spell, already super good, would just be broken.
Although, actually, Mage Hand, yeah, I mean, that would be like a easy way
looking
to
at it
open a
now, yeah.
deadbolt. I mean, you might have to fumble around on the door with it a little bit till the Mage Hand like catches the mechanism, but you can see through to the other side of the door barely. You could cast it on the other side, and then you could use it to open the deadbolt easily that way too. Either way, a lot of words to say. You open the lock.
Okay.
Oh, sweet.
I was gonna say, if I could do it with the other roll that I had, I'd do that, and if I failed with that, then I definitely would have tried the Mage Hand.
Because your mage hand is invisible.
All right.
You're
Well,
just
the
straight up telekinetic.
the deadbolt has a satisfying click as it finally settles back into the door, and boom, you open the door. Looks like a bedroom. Obviously.
Oh, please tell me that we didn't just walk in on Ares half naked.
No, it seems, at least at a glance, empty. However, you see the blinds on the other side are like billowing into the room just a little bit with the breeze from outside. And roll me perception, please.
Huh. That's weird, right? Like,
You definitely haven't seen that on any other windows so far. They've all been shut.
yeah, and like I'm saying this out loud as well. That's
That's all you notice.
Perception.
It's a little chilly in
Um,
here because of the open window. Baram,
Who's
you
more
walk
distracting by
in,
the blue door?
and you would see about right here is just the tiniest little, like 3 or 4 drops of blood that have hit the carpet and discolored it ever so slightly. You'd only know it's blood once you like crouch down and take a closer look. From standing up, it looks more like just like a wine stain. But when you get close to it, it's unmistakably blood.
so. And just, I look down, look at the window. It's like, it is like the Cardi siblings. We've got a closed room
We don't,
situation.
but and Blue's just like, but we got another door right here.
Yeah, but okay. So, but here's the thing, right? The door was locked from the inside.
But we
meaning
don't know where this
someone-
door goes.
But somebody locked the door, and now the room. Oh, is there another door in this room?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant down the hallway. I was like, no, this is very strange because, like, okay, Blue, if that's a bathroom, we might have a body on our hands. I point down to the floor. The blood's like, that's fresh blood.
Body in the bathroom or just body somewhere?
Well, hopefully it's somewhere.
So check the possible bathroom first.
Yes.
Got it.
Just be prepared. I don't want us to, get shocked by another big envy spawn situation.
Blue will just open the door, peek in for a second, and then step back out. So, it is a bathroom, but there's another door.
All right.
So, should we check the other door?
Yeah. How long do you think it's been since I've cast Detect Magic? Since we've been doing all this?
Definitely not 10 minutes yet. You don't.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't see any magic in the immediate vicinity.
Okay. Just making sure. I don't think Brom expects to. He also has detect poison up just in case. That was kind of what he was expecting for like some knockout drugs or whatever, but he's just trying to be safe. As he follows, he actually real quick, he's gonna like walk up to the window, take a look around, see if he spots anything too interesting or out of place. Quick
Okay.
glance around and then
Another
follow
perception.
Blue to the bathroom. Huh?
Another perception.
Yep.
Perception. Perceive.
7.
Yeah, you look outside, and it seems, coast seems clear, the best you can tell.
Gotcha. Then, not seeing anything else out of the ordinary, he'll be careful to step around the blood. But follow Blue into the bathroom.
Since they're in the bathroom and there's another small door in the bathroom, Blue's gonna assume that one might be. Actually, I don't. They had the outhouse on the first floor. I don't know if they'd have one on the second floor, would they?
No, I think the second. I think that leads to a. What I'm betting is that leads to another bedroom, because maybe the master bedroom.
No, I mean the little one right here.
Huh? Oh, yeah, that's
the one I'm
probably like
standing right in
a
front of.
chamber. I mean, pop it open. That's probably just a chamber pot. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna knock first if it's a chamber pot. We kind of ran right into the bathroom. I didn't think that far apart, but I'm gonna knock on this one. So Blue's going to knock on that one before opening.
And just like he looks at you and it's like there's a mix of like I thought we were supposed to be stealthy, and then no, you're right, that is polite. It just lets you do that.
Alright, you knock, there's no response, and you open the door, and lo and behold.
See, now if someone had been in there, they could have been super embarrassed, and they would have been twice as mad at us for breaking into the room and disturbing them while they're using the bathroom. You only
You're
want
right.
like one of the two. You can get away with one. Two, it's tougher.
I like hanging out with you, Blue. We should do this more often. I learn stuff.
Where you can enter more often.
Man, why don't we be anymore? It's such a bonding experience.
I'm gonna assume that this door is unlocked, the one we're closest to now.
Oh yeah, a brief tug on it reveals that it is unlocked.
Okay.
The moment you open it up, you hear cautionary sounds of two people that are quite involved in things.
Yeah.
Blue's just gonna kind of shut the door again. Turn to Brom. Like, so I forgot to listen this time. That's something you don't want to do.
It was a test.
Yep.
Hmm.
You
Do
failed.
we hear what kind of sounds?
I'm okay. Like I know I'm not like the brightest guy. I'm not stupid. I know what people get into. Not
Well,
for
yeah,
me.
it was like, is it a conversation or is it that kind of thing?
I thought she was asking. Like I thought she was asking. Braun was like, he's just like, I'm not dumb. Like I'm a full adult. Like
I am an adult. I've been an adult.
It's exactly what you're thinking. It's
Okay, all right. So, I'm gonna make a guess that we don't have to worry about what's in this room, at least not for the moment. So why don't we go back out the other way and look for the possible body that'll exist somewhere in a different room?
Yeah. See, like here's what I'm thinking. Here's what I'm thinking. Someone disappears every time, right? What if we're too late and someone's already disappeared?
I mean, they may have disappeared, but that doesn't mean we can't find them.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm hoping.
Almost everyone can do, like, almost all of our group can do some kind of magic, right? With the blood you found, is there any kind of, like, tracking you can do? There's nothing that I can do, so I'm checking.
Maybe. I'm not really used to using magic to track, but let me see what I got and let me think on it. And he'll try and like think back to his training, see if there's, aka me looking at my spells.
Blue will just keep talking quietly, kind of as they move back to the room. It's like, or if maybe you don't know how, is there enough of it there on the carpet that I can like try and like put some of it into a little, like try and take like a sample or something to see if one of the others can do well. Take a test swab or something.
Yeah, you can take like a little test swab.
Okay.
Yeah, there's not. I can talk to animals,
Useful.
which is
Is
very.
there a bird outside the window?
I mean, it's just like a very useful skill. I can't, but it's not like a thing I can do right now.
What did you say about
I
the
mean, I
window,
can
Blue?
do it right now. It's just like it's not like a thing that's going to be very helpful right now. I don't think. Huh. So yeah, he's just going to walk back in here. I can. Yeah, he can like. He's pretty good at survival and tracking, but like I don't know what he can do with just like a single drop of blood, right?
Yeah, so I mean,
he's not.
blood is.
Yeah, he's not a bloodhound.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if she can collect like a little sample, that's good. So here's what This is a bit of a stretch, but judging by its like, is it just like a few drops, or is it like, can I roll like a survival check to like see if it's been like, if there's like a splatter pattern where it's like, would someone have like a bloody nose and it dripped down, or a wound where it dripped, or was it like someone got hit or stabbed and like, does that make sense? Like I don't
Medicine.
care about like angles and like I'm not trying to go all full Dexter here. I just want to know like was someone just like hit over the head, or was someone like I'll stop talking.
You can try medicine.
Medicine? Cool. Not my best stat, but that's a good roll.
All right. By the looks of it, there's not like strung out in strips across the carpet. It looks more like drip. It looks like somebody was still when it dripped off of them. It's not much. It's only a few drops. So, and I'll say that the force of impact from it splashing onto the carpet is high enough that you think it would have come from the upper body or head somewhere. When it's lower to the ground, it doesn't disperse into little bits as much, I guess.
Gotcha.
I don't know. I'm not a forensic expert either.
Yeah. Like
that sounds like it makes sense.
This is how blood works in this world. You get to choose.
Exactly.
So yeah, okay. So they were standing still.
and it dropped down, and it looks like it came from their head. So that means either they had like a nosebleed, but then why is the window open? That's just weird. Or they were hit in the head, knocked unconscious, and like drugged through the window. We can keep exploring this hall, or we could jump down the window and see if we can't find some tracks. What do you think, Blue?
Blue's gonna hop on top of the table that's right below the window and kind of peek out, look around, and see if they can see anything right out the window.
All right, you can do your perception check.
Okay.
All right, you see that one of the tiles, or a couple of the tiles on this overhang here, are disturbed and not perfectly in place, indicating that somebody had probably put their weight and walked on it and disturbed them.
Okay.
And that's about it. That's all you know. That's all you see.
Blue will relay that to Brom. Like, so probably best to go out the window. Looks like there's some tiles disturbed down there.
Cool, I'll grab, and he reaches into his, he reaches over onto his back as if he was going to pull out a thing of rope, then sighs, remembering that we left all that stuff at camp. Hard to be an adventurer without adventuring equipment.
I mean, I'm kind of small. I've climbed a lot of things. It might not be the easiest, but I could still probably climb down. Do you want to try it too, or do you want to?
No, I mean, I can climb. I used to climb trees as a kid and whatever. Just it's, a lot easier with rope, but not impossible. I was more worried about getting back. But then again,
I mean, can't we just walk around the front?
Yeah, I suppose. Just
Or I'll
act like.
teach you how to climb back up.
Yeah, I guess you're right. We are here as a party goers. It wouldn't look weird if we were just walking around.
I mean, as long as we don't come back covered in blood, yeah.
Well, that's the hope. That's always the hope. Plus, these are like the nicest clothes I've ever had. And I put them on for the first time today. I'd rather them not get torn up. And yeah, I'll attempt to climb out the window.
Right, we're climbing out the window.
All right, I'm not gonna make any rolls for this. Using this little overhang, and then especially someone as tall as you, Brom, if you just kind of lower yourself from it.
You keep saying as tall as me.
Oh, I keep thinking you're a mole, right? For some reason I keep confusing you with a Goliath.
It's because I'm tough.
You're tough.
It's a pretty classic thing for, guys to be big, tall, whatever. Yeah, I was like, I'm not. You keep calling me tall. I'm like, dude, I'm 4 feet, 4 or 5 at most.
Either way,
If he's rich, you think he'd have a pool. We could jump out the window and cannonball into a pool or a fountain or something. That'd be really fun.
By just lowering yourself, kind of hanging off the edge of the overhang and lowering yourself as much as you can, and then letting go. It's not too far of a drop, and then honestly, you could just catch Blue, and yeah, I won't make any rolls for it, but you guys make it outside and down just fine.
We've talked for I'm good to keep going.
Yeah.
I'm here to play the game, but if you want to switch over to somebody else for a little bit.
This is a good switch over point.
Guys, stop petting the cat. Oh, sorry, I have to help catch a cat.
It might make it easier because I feel like Sid's gonna meet up with them accidentally anyway. Because what I was gonna do was make out like I'm gonna go to the outhouse, but actually slip off to the side when no one's looking and climb the walls of the house and look for an open window. That was my plan all along. Okay.
I have something I want to do, but I want to see what's happening to Ares first.
Alright. Alright, we're good. How about that?
Yeah, actually, let me mute myself while you guys talk.
I said you were saying you're doing.
I was just going to go around, like, track around the perimeter of the house, and like look at the upper floors if I have to. And I feel like I'd come across Blue and Bram at some point just to make it easier to make the party slightly less split.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'll say that you're doing your outside perimeter check. Let me lead you on a tour. Go back out the front.
Oh, I actually get to see more of the map because I only had those 2 rooms.
So as you go out to here, it seems this servant over here kind of like comes over to question if you need help anywhere and you're lost. And
yeah, I'm going to say I was just coming to the outhouse, and I'm going to play up how drunk I actually am.
He'll tell you that there are facilities inside the other way.
But the outhouse is closer.
There's no outhouse here.
There's no outhouse? Then what did I use?
Like I said, there's facilities inside, please.
Okay. Thank you.
Back to his posting.
I'll just head round the other side. Can I fit through here? Yeah, barely. Oh, there they are.
Yeah, that'd be... You'd come all the way out here, and you'd probably be waving at them as they drop down right in front of you from the second floor.
Do I see them through the window that I'm sitting next to?
No, the blinds are drawn. Actually, there's a tiny gap there, isn't there?
So I do see them on the map all of a sudden.
I think you would have seen the blinds are drawn, so you wouldn't see for the most part. But there's this tiny gap here, so you would have seen Sid walk by that gap. But that would have been after a little while.
Okay, good to know.
So we can go back to what you wanted to do.
Right. So I imagine the conversation is dragging out a little bit, and I assume that, or Fate is assuming that soon Von Broth will want to pay attention to his other guests, not just focus on me the entire night. Even though she doesn't mind, obviously. But she will eventually remember that she actually has work to do and that she's actually on a mission to find out information. So she'll try to steer we don't have to role play it word for word, but she'll try to steer the conversation sort of lightly steer it towards the disappearances again. And just she remember like a week ago when we met Elliot, how she felt like she could almost feel his emotions, and she will just focus and try to do that again. And essentially what I'm doing is casting Detect Thoughts subtly, but just flavoring it as it just happens.
The surface thoughts you detect are when you direct your conversation towards the disappearances. You feel apprehension from him and worry, which seems maybe a little natural considering it's his party and whatnot, but could also be interpreted as suspect. And you also... The apprehension is mostly about you sense that he has suspicion present on his mind, but it's how to describe it?
It's only surface thoughts, so you don't have to
Yeah.
be too deep.
You see, yeah, okay, so here's what happens. You see his thoughts go to
Would it be easier if I told you what I'm trying to look for specifically?
yeah, maybe.
Okay, so two things mostly. One, I'm trying to get any obvious sign that he has something to do with the disappearances. Basically, I'm trying to rule it out as a possibility. And the other thing is I'm trying to get a feel for what his relationship is with that person that he asked me about, that guy with the book.
At least the way his surface thoughts play out, you feel like it doesn't make him very suspicious. He doesn't... There is anxiety present, but it doesn't seem like it's about him. It's almost like he's worried about someone else or other people, maybe like the guests of his party. So it's not like he doesn't get the types of thoughts that you'd expect for someone who feels guilty, or
Okay.
as if they're a suspect. But it something about the way his thoughts are gives you the impression that he might have suspicions, but that also he doesn't want to be right, and it's almost like he immediately pushes away his suspicions, and disregards them quickly. And of course, his actual conversation with you in response to the discussion going that way is pretty deflective. He doesn't seem to... He's pretty vague about it. Tries to draw focus away from it to some other topic that you guys were on earlier.
Right, sure. And as soon as I'm finished with that just surface scan, I will gladly move away from that topic and I continue the conversation for a little bit more, and then eventually, if he shows any sign that he's getting tired of talking to me, or that actually, what is his demeanor? Does he seem like he wants to keep talking or keep communicating, or...
I think after this would be what,
we've
like the
been
second
talking for a while.
time. Yeah, you've been talking for a while. This is like the second time you brought up that topic with him, I think. Didn't you bring it up initially too? Kind of early on in the conversation.
Briefly.
Yeah, kind of briefly. After you bring it up the second time, he seems not like less interested in you, but yeah, it seems like
we're running out of topics.
Yeah, or at the very least, I mean, he's almost the whole time he's been talking to you. There've been people that come up to him and like they exchange a few sentences before they move on. He's the host of the party. He's a popular person, and there's a lot of people that seem to be anxious to talk to him, and you can tell that he's more and more throughout the conversation, it becomes harder and harder for him to stay focused on you and not kind of fulfill his duties as the host. And it seems almost like he's also eager to talk to other people. So after the second time you bring up the disappearances, he kind of like uses that as a a decent excuse to like put a pin on the conversation, and makes his motion to leave, getting up from the chair. He kind of uses the whole, you know, host of the party as the excuse as well to
To
end the
make a
conversation.
disappearance pun as he leaves.
He gives like a half smile that's like he's laughing, but he's not. It's a little bit too much of an anxious smile.
Well, I will make sure to say goodbye before I leave. Thank you for a wonderful time. I'm looking forward to talking to your other guests.
Yes, please do. Have a wonderful evening, please.
And I will give him a nod and let him wait for him to start another conversation, and then I'll get up.
Mhm.
And having seen Sid walk that way, I will kind of hesitate at the door and look back to Von Broth and just make sure that he's preoccupied. And then I will, as I make sure that he's no longer paying attention to me, I will casually walk out of the room and walk out of the house. And if anyone stops me, I will respond to them. But if not, I'll just go out here and sort of stretch and look around and basically trying to look as if I'm just trying to catch some air.
Mm. Yeah, you've probably not been the only one that's, you know, done this and or has wanted to like take an outside survey of the entirety of the house and done some walking. So nobody bothers you. The servants are, you know, obviously being attentive to see if you need anything from them, but nobody stops you.
All right. And I'll casually make my way around the corner and try to see where the others are and what they're doing.
You'd probably see them up there talking. And at this point, I'll touch base with Taz, who's been we haven't done much with in a while. So yeah.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, we haven't done much. Oh, hey, the map has still not gone black for me. Excellent. I think I'm going to break off from the group that's in front of me because I don't think Ares should actually go off alone with a suspect.
Mhm.
And I'm going to try following after them upstairs. I'm moving, yeah. Or where, like, follow.
okay.
To not actually, like, lose sight of them.
I gotcha. So you would have seen them go through here and up the stairs. And I think to follow them up the stairs and not lose sight would definitely require some stealth. Without being like painfully obvious that you're doing it.
Alright. I will try that. I will not try that so well, apparently.
Yeah. So you let me just put it this way, I guess. You hear them go up the stairs, and these stairs are maybe a little bit old, and like you think to yourself it's like gonna be impossible to follow them up without making so much noise. It'll be obvious you're going up the stairs.
I
So
mean, your whole approach. Sorry,
No,
I'm just
go
gonna say like your whole approach to this party was to be seen and like make it seem normal that you're a weirdo. So that stealth roll is pretty on point.
Yeah, I know. Just following people is a little too weirdo. And not enough, like, interesting weirdo. More creepy.
Yeah. They basically have a choice to make. You either follow them, keeping them in sight, but almost certainly make them aware that you're doing so, or you hang back at least a little bit and lose sight for maybe a little bit, but you can make it up the stairs still and not make them aware.
Yeah, I'm gonna not make them aware.
Okay. Yes. All right, so you get up to here and can hear their footsteps on the other side of the wall immediately to your left by the time you get up here.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll just kind of this. You would have followed them through
Am
here. Sorry, good.
Well, am I by myself at any point when that's there? Like no one else can see me.
Yeah, but the moment you're at the top of the stairs, you're by yourself.
Okay. I'm going to cast invisibility on myself.
Okay.
Ooh.
All right, you are invisible. And then to get sight of them again, you would have to go through here. And by the time you get here, you would have seen them at the end of the hall over here. And that whole scene I described with them going into the bedroom and then closing the door and locking it, you would have seen that happen. The closest you could get before that happens is to like maybe halfway down the hall like that, and then the door would have been closed and locked.
Okay.
So far, the way it went down would have looked kind of, I mean, you can be as suspicious as you want in character. It's perfectly fine, but it definitely seemed rather of kind of a flirty thing that was happening, even though Ares was oblivious to it until the very last moment.
Well, yes, it makes sense. Like, but then again, because if it did make sense, we wouldn't be abducting people over years. We would abduct a person once and be caught. So I am going to invisibly loiter outside that door. And
Gotcha. All right. So you would have invisibly loitered for a
wait for the screams.
Okay. You have decently loitered for a little while. And it seems, rather quiet in there. Nothing like nothing obvious at least happens. You don't hear scream or the sound of like stuff breaking or struggle of any kind. And you just kind of wait and wait and wait. And depending on how much time you give it, there'd be a certain point where you would see Brahm and Blue show up from this hallway on the right here. And I don't know if you would have we would have to kind of like retrospectively do it, but I think it'd be funny if you were just there invisible the whole time they were doing their thing. And that's how the dots all connect. So you would have seen up to you again. If you want to like interrupt me and say you did something else, we can make it work. But if not, then they would show up and Lou would have picked the lock and you could have followed them into the room and
Is this the same room that they went into? Like Ares and the strange woman?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Same room.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
You have
Well,
seen them.
then I will.
Yeah, go in, and I don't know if you were paying close attention when I was doing their whole thing or not, but they would have basically explored the room, found that the window here was opened. You would have seen them notice the few drops of blood on the floor. Probably heard Blue's comment about the tile on the roof being disturbed, as if somebody had gone out the window and onto the roof, and see that the two of them are absent. And then Blue and Brahm would have climbed outside, and you're free to do whatever you would want in while that whole situation was happening.
Yeah, I will hang out invisibly and watch them do all this.
Mm-hmm. And then do you?
And,
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll go. Like, it looks like somebody climbed down off that little roof there, or somebody climbed up to the, like, did they go the right direction, or did someone climb up onto the roof of the whole mansion?
It looks like they climbed down. Like there's a little overhang outside the window, and yeah, it looks like they would have climbed down onto that overhang, disturbed the tiles on it, and then all the way maybe onto the ground. I mean, who knows? They could have clambered up the onto the roof, the whole roof of the mansion. So.
Okay.
Thanks for the follow, Viber.
No, I'm gonna drop down with them.
Trying to solve a murder mystery at this masquerade. Where
hear the shit out of them.
Past 2 years, the masquerades happened.
They don't know I'm there.
People have gone missing.
And tell them that
they're trying to figure out who's doing.
Ares went into that room, and I will point, because I don't have a lot of experience being invisible and talking to people, with a strange woman. And wait for their response. Like, I know Maddie can't respond, but do I get a response from Brahm?
All right, so you climbed down.
I am so sorry.
You forget you were muted again.
Yeah, I was muted, and then I kind of zoned out because I was giving.
This is called Foundry.
Some food.
Foundry.
What did you just say to me? I was listening, but I tuned out for just
virtual tabletop.
1 second. Very sorry.
I informed Blue and Brahm that
really good set of tools.
The room that they just broke into, Ares had gone into with a strange woman.
Oh,
and
that
obviously
was.
He's not there anymore.
Wait, what?
Ares went into that room. Did not come out of that room.
The room we just went into?
Yeah. Also, remember, I'm invisible the entire time we're having this conversation.
So it's just a disembodied voice out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
They're just hanging out in an invisible voice that's talking to you.
Yep. You may have heard a soft thump when I jumped down to the, beside you.
Foundry is...
Yeah, immediately
if you're going to be the DM, it's a one-time $50.
So this is what's going to happen.
That's it. No subscription.
As soon as he hears
like
a thump and
you just download it, you can
your
get
voice
all the updates you want for it.
Immediately his hand's going to clutch the star.
The players don't have to pay anything.
And he's going to cast.
You just give them a... you just give them a link and they join
his
through their
divine
web browser.
sense, thinking that there's a ghost.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good deal.
It's gotta be a ghost.
And the best thing about Foundry is modability.
Yeah,
I use
regardless of the results.
All of
once
these
he figures,
are mods.
Modules. He knows you guys have magic. He's never seen someone be invisible.
There's a lot of them out there. You can just
as odd as
make the game what you want it to be.
Yeah, as as odd as that sentence
technically
is,
you have it now.
I realized as I was saying it how redundant that sentence actually was. But he's never been around an invisible person before. But he'll just kind of roll with it as he starts to worry about Ares. Do I ping anything off that divine sense?
Let me. I'm gonna have to look at things real quick. All right, just keeping in mind again that divine sense is blocked by total cover.
Indeed.
I would not consider these blinds. I would say that these blinds do not count as total cover. So anybody on the other side of these blinds in that room would be fair game, but you do not sense any fiends, undead, all that stuff that divine sense does.
Okay. Yeah, fiends, undead, fae. It's nifty. I actually get fae with my subclass, so I'm like, yeah.
Yeah,
but
cool.
That reassures him a little bit.
Unity is a person. I don't know.
So
interesting.
Ares is in trouble.
Your players
potentially. I mean, he
actually move around.
He's a
in
guy
the
that
game
can
world,
take care of himself.
But you
he's
make
a logic master, but
the roles on some kind of other
still.
system like a web browser.
Are you sure it was that room and not the other room? Because there was two people in that room.
Or are you also programming in like all the
well? How sure am I that it was that room?
Unity. Like, are you basically just making a video game, or are you just making?
If you're trying to talk to us, Ben, you're muted.
World. Oh shit. Sorry, what was the question?
How sure am I that Ares actually did go into that room and not one of the other rooms?
100% positive.
Okay.
And you would have explored with Blue and Braum into like the bathroom, and there was another bedroom on the other side of that bathroom. But it was, you were invisible, so you could have like personally checked, but it was not Ares and the woman who were in that bedroom. It was different people. Yeah, you're positive that's it.
All right. Well, I was already invested in. I don't know about you guys. I was already invested in figuring this mystery out. Just on a general principle. It's our job. We don't want people going missing.
Sounds like a lot of work.
Now that
good luck with that.
It's one of
personal.
Yeah,
Sounds
now
cool
that
as
it's
hell,
one of
though.
us, no question that we're seeing this through the end.
I wonder why.
First thing we got to
game
do
like
is
that
get
hasn't been
faith.
done before. Just first person with D&D systems.
And then I'm gonna I know it's gonna be difficult because this is like a foot traffic area, but he's gonna look down and try and see if he can spot like drag marks on the ground.
All right, survival.
Yep. This one's clutch.
You don't see anything special like drag marks. There's there's some yeah, you definitely, it's hard to tell. Grass is, well, taking care of grass can be difficult to track on, and grass like it rebounds quite quickly after someone steps on it. So somebody has to like leave a scuff or a heavy footstep or something to track on, and you don't find anything like that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm guys. I can't find nothing, but as much as I'd like to spread out and cover more ground, one of us has already gone missing because we did just that. I think we should stick together. But like I said, first things first, we got to find Faith. She needs to know that her brother's missing.
And it was about that time.
So, have they gone out through the window, and have I seen them walk past the window? If with that new run of events,
Yes, definitely.
okay.
It's
so-
just yeah, they've been just standing out there talking for a while, which gives enough time for you to have seen Sid walk by and then make your own way all the way around while they were talking. And you would see what you would see now.
Around the corner, I see them gathered up, and I approach. Is that where the cool kids hang? No one told me.
Mm,
Inappropriate.
I mean, it is now.
Yeah.
So,
Having a good time? I'm having a wonderful time.
oh.
Oh.
So good news, bad news.
Yeah.
Good news, your brother went off with a woman. Bad news,
No.
he's missing.
I mean, I would hope so.
No.
No,
Blue
yeah.
and Brom broke into the room where he was at, and they did not find him.
What?
Okay.
They didn't know it was that room at the time.
He is not giving you full context here. We were
I'm
good-
trying to be succinct.
good news. We think we have a lead on the disappearance. Bad news. We think this year it's your brother.
That's the part we already told her.
Yeah. He went off alone with some woman, apparently. We did not know that was the room that he was supposedly in. Blue and I were snooping about. It was actually like it was a good bonding moment. And anyway, that's not important. We found some blood splatter on the floor, fresh,
Why are we in the garden?
because the tiles of the roof, point up out the window seal, were disturbed. We think someone hit him over the head and dragged him out through the window.
You watch as her face just shifts, and she was making jokes, and she was in a good mood, and she just very quickly transitions to like full-on panic as she just
Can
goes
I
quiet,
disregard
and
that entirely?
you watch as her eyes
get
are
a
just
closer look at
darting
the tracks left
back
on
and
the
forth,
roof.
and she's just, well, basically having a panic attack. What are we going to do? We must tell someone. We must. Why are we just standing there? Come on, let's do something.
Right. We were just waiting for you to get. We were actually about to go find you. Now that you're here, we can start making moves. So you just came from that direction.
Nice.
Didn't see anything suspicious.
Oh, Discord is being funny. Hello?
I can
Hello?
hear you just fine.
Okay, that's good.
And we're back.
Oh, Leo's stuck connecting.
Hey, Leo. All
The
good now?
momentary thing.
Hello?
Hello?
We can hear you. Yay!
Oh, hey.
about Ben?
Hello, hello.
Okay.
Okay. We're back to normal. So I was talking, I don't know where the connection went to shit. So
I heard everything you said. Then I said I was going to disregard Faith's mental breakdown and climb onto the roof and see if I can track the tracks better. And then everything just fell apart.
All right, roll your
Okay.
survival for that.
Oh. I thought I was going to have to roll to climb first.
I thought you just had a climbing speed.
I thought
Yeah.
I did too. I'm not so sure. It's worded weirdly. It says I don't expend extra movement to climb. It doesn't say I have a climbing speed.
Odd.
So you still need to roll, but if you do succeed on the roll, you climb very quickly.
I guess.
Yeah, it's athletics. We can flavor
Oh,
it as it
athletics.
being slightly easier. You're good.
Nice.
All right, up from your perch, up top, you follow the you look at the way the tiles are scuffed and kind of get an indication that it seems like they were leaving the roof headed like northwards, and you see a little bit of evidence indicating that they might have gone around the corner here. The north corner here of the building. You think?
Can I just keep following it and see if it leads me further?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Yeah, you.
Around this corner.
As you begin to follow it, becomes harder and harder. You see enough little bits of evidence to indicate that they must have continued going down here. You look at the hedges, you don't find any evidence of like these are really well kept hedges. To climb over one would be quite noticeable, unless you could somehow leap over the whole thing, which would be like an extreme feat of athletics to do that.
All right,
The hedges
I'm gonna-
are, taller than most of you, or I think taller than all of you actually.
I want to turn back to the party and say, well, if time is of the essence, shouldn't we get going? They went down here.
Just start running that way.
Oh, I mean quietly, but okay.
Unless someone stops me.
Um,
I'm just bolting.
I will. I'll try to keep up with you. Try to keep your pace while being quiet. Even
Yeah.
though that's probably not important at this point because Faith is blowing everyone's cover.
Yeah, I don't think he's as concerned with the cover anymore.
Yeah,
Is
that's fair.
Is there anything this direction where like the hedge kind of cuts off?
We're gonna pretend that it's still fine.
Gotcha.
There's no break in the hedge.
Okay, cool. Then I am full on bolting behind there, doing my best to keep pace.
Should I stop moving at some point, or
How
far do I get?
Maybe when you get to the corner of the building, you can start moving.
Cool.
Yeah, about there. The more you go this way, Sid, the less tracks you have to go on.
Okay.
By the time you get to the end here, you're basically you're going this way because there's no reasonable evidence that they should have gone any other way, but you're not really following tracks anymore.
Is that like a back door down here?
That back here,
Yeah.
there's a chimney.
Yeah, that. Okay.
It's active. It looks like
If it's not a back door, then nothing to worry about.
Yep. See a boarded up well. What looks like a cathedral. or church type building. And you see this servant.
Does he notice us?
He's
Let's
on
side
the
note.
lookout, so we're gonna see.
If it helps make the decision, Brahm is not being like actively trying to be stealthy.
Yeah,
Like
Brahm
he's not
isn't,
making
Faith
a huge,
isn't.
yeah, he's
Yeah.
he's not making like a huge ruckus, but he's he is running down this side path at full break pace.
And he's
Not that it changes anything, but Sid is trying to be stealthy.
yeah.
Yeah, Faith is just running, lifting her long evening dress and kind of holding it so it doesn't getting her feet. She doesn't stumble on
Oh.
it.
He gets he rolls the crit on the check, so he takes his job very seriously and is on a head on a swivel. Sirs, are you lost?
Sure, my brother is missing. I think we think he went that way. Have you seen him? He was last seen with a woman. He's an elf, has tattoos all over his body, very recognizable. Have you seen him? Please.
I'm sorry, I didn't see anything, but I can go let the staff know to be on the lookout and ask them.
Do that.
Yes, but in
Yeah,
the
well,
meantime, please, you're not the whole
Just go do your job. A person's missing.
intimidation.
Okay.
With advantage.
Ooh, okay.
Ooh,
Not like you need it. Yeah,
Gotta love
he
the face of the party.
was trying to, you know, who knows what he was trying to say. You're too hysterical and scary for him to deal with right now, and he jogs off this way and leaves you be.
Which way, Sid?
so the tracks, there's just nothing to go off at this point, right?
Not really, no. There's you're near a path. There's too much. This whole area is, looks like it's been walked around before, and it's hard to tell anymore what is evidence of anything fresh or just, just typical wear and tear.
So it, like, instead of responding, Sid is just like looking at the floor, trying to distinguish where the tracks go. And instead, I'm gonna head up to this thing, and I'm gonna check out if the planks are loose. They look like they've been moved recently.
They yeah, you don't even need to roll a check. Just like a basic examination of them is it's pretty clear that they get moved quite often. They come off too easily.
There we go. I'm gonna start prying them off. Not even
Hold-
prying, just
Yeah, you do that, man. You do that, Sid.
I see him do
Well-
that. I'm helping.
Yeah, while I was talking to people, I heard about like an old mausoleum that's like very private that the Lord of the Manor does not want people going in and poking about, or just as he built up. Considering there's a guard posted here, I think maybe I ought to check out that door over there. So if you get that open and spot something awesome, I'll drop what I'm doing. Until then, I'm gonna head down this way.
yeah, see if we can cover more ground without splitting up too much.
Are you saying this out loud? Or,
Mm-hmm. Fully out loud.
okay.
Because yeah, Bram was already looking for the mausoleum because he thought that was thing. And considering there's a guard there, locked. Yeah, he just walks up to the door and starts trying opening it.
I will
It's
run up
locked.
to him and just kick the door with all of my strength.
Oh my god. Faith is on a mission.
Athletics.
Sure.
Hey, I have a question.
You give it a kick, and your dress with the shoes you're wearing, it's a little bit difficult. to get much purchase or
Damn it.
leverage.
I have a question.
Yeah.
If I wild shape, does that break my invisibility spell?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Oh,
I figured it probably would, but like it says it doesn't break concentration. Like I continue concentration, but yeah.
just remember Toss was invisible the whole time, so I probably don't even know
Yeah.
he's there.
No, he's talked to you.
Oh,
Like
okay. We'll pretend that I knew about that.
Faith, I understand. Trust me, I understand. Your brother's a very capable man, and he's going to be okay. We're not going to let anything happen to him. We're going to find him. Kicking the door may not be the best breaking down the door may not be the best option. If that is what we have to do, then that's what we have to do. For right now, we have Blue, who is very good at opening doors.
I take back what I said, Taz. It doesn't force you to break concentration, so as long as you could keep concentration on a spell you cast before the wild shape, it keeps going, so you could stay invisible.
Okay.
So I know she can't respond or move around, but unless she says otherwise, I'll assume that she's okay with trying to open up that door. And I'll just...
Are there any windows in this building?
There are, but they are higher up. They're like large arched stained glass windows, like you'd expect from like a Gothic cathedral. And they're about 7-8 feet off the ground.
Ooh.
okay. While they're all doing this, I am going to wild shape into mechanically a panther, but a snow leopard.
Nice.
And because they have keen smell, and I assume I know what Ares smells like having spent time with them, I'm going to attempt to track him by smell.
Oh, that's the
Since
first
we
time
don't
you're
have
wild shaping,
footprints.
and none of us see
Get
it.
to see it.
Yep. Invisible Panther. I think that was a movie.
All right, you can roll
Sounds like it.
perception with advantage.
Some sci-fi
Perception?
original.
Okay, cool. I will roll perception then. Because I like perception better.
We'll consider that as your advantage.
Okay.
Oh, I mean, it's fine. You didn't roll higher, anyways.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. So you use smell. You tap into after you've transformed. You realize that you actually do have memory of Eris's and that the woman he was with smell. Just when you were human, it wasn't much. It wasn't something that registered or mattered much to you. Now that you're a panther, it's something that feels very distinct to you, and you use that. And you definitely sense that the trail leads to the well.
To the well? Okay.
All right. You there, Maddie? Having some kind of connection problems, maybe? Or you just can't
No.
talk?
She posted in the Discord chat that she's busy with some people that showed up.
Oh, right.
So she
the
can't
cat.
speak, but she's still listening in.
Yeah.
But she said that starting next week, that she should be able to be a little bit more active.
Okay. Yeah, that's I am just going to roll on her behalf. Yeah, she easily gets this door open. Oh, it was a problem. Alright, gets the door open easily.
Okay. Not knowing that a snow leopard has tracked that area, considering it is now an invisible snow leopard.
Yeah, you don't even know it's there.
Mm-hmm.
And
He's
Toss
gonna
just
walk.
realized, crap, I have no way to tell them.
Yeah.
Alright. You go into here. Brahm, you immediately recognize this as a Daikatist cathedral. You can see the kind of faintly the light of the stained glass washing over the pews here, with images of the various depictions of the risen on them. At the altar, there is this altar. The bust on it is a depiction of what seems like Althus, the god of justice and purity. And yeah, on the stage here, where there's the podium, there is a copy of the Dichotomy, the religious text of Daikatism. Roll me a religion check as you walk in here.
I love how religion, like, it makes perfect sense that it, would
does.
be, but like, I love how religion's an intelligence check, and like most religious oriented characters don't have the greatest intelligence.
Yeah, you look around. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's like very obvious to you, which is the stuff that I've listed already. But at least anything more subtle doesn't really come to mind, as far as the contents of the cathedral.
Yeah, I think he like looks around, enters this church that was locked. Feels like a slightly guilty, but knows that it's for like deep down is like he's fine with it because he knows it's like this is what we're here to do, and this is we're here for a mission. And you know how when you're a kid you learn how to make a star by like without ever taking the pen off of the paper.
Yeah.
By making I think he's gonna draw that little symbol on his chest. The point being right at his temple, and then like shoulders, stomach. Like just draw like make that little star symbol. Small show respect as he takes a look around. I'm gonna look over at Faith and it's like, okay. It doesn't look like this place has been disturbed. I think we're the first people in here tonight.
She's not really listening to you. She's just looking around to see if Arius is anywhere inside. But if she sees that the building is empty, she'll just mid-sentence turn around and leave.
There are stairs on either side here leading up. You did see that there was a bell tower. But other than that, then there's nothing obvious about this place beyond that.
Okay, then she'll start running towards the stairs.
Yeah, I think he's looks at you and like he's like about to start talking. He's like, or is talking. He's like, yeah, I don't think he's here. Maybe we should check the. And like as you just, I was about to say like check the well, and then you just take off. I don't think he even
go.
Yeah, I don't even think he cares. He's not. He doesn't see that as rude whatsoever. You're worried about your brother. Immediately just follows you.
All right, and feel free to interrupt us at any point to see what actual investigation.
You run up to the bell tower, and it's empty. There's a large bell there, but there's basically nothing else there, and the stairs don't lead anywhere else. Just up to there.
Can I look around from up top to try to see if there's anything out of the ordinary from a better vantage point?
The only other thing you see, and I'll move your character to it just so. I think you saw it when you went outside, but out here, there is a small. It looks like a mausoleum. Yeah, it's a mausoleum. Sure. That you see from up top. Other than that, nothing else really stands out from up there. I guess you probably still see Sid, and well, you don't see invisible Taz, but you at least see Sid standing out here by the well.
I see that he's managed to get it open.
Yeah, it didn't take much. I presume you guys have kept it open.
And out of character, I suspect I know the answer to that question, but looking around, looking at the grounds around the mansion, I don't see any people like running away or anything out of the ordinary there either.
Not at a glance. You can roll perception if you want to, but nothing too obvious from the bird's eye view.
And it's dark, so.
That's dark. Your dark vision only goes so far. Everything beyond that is just as dark.
So I just curse in Elvish and I start running back down the stairs.
All right.
Yeah, just following along, going back to the group. I shoot a Blue a look. It's like, wasn't anything in there. As I make my way back over to the rest of the group.
All right. All right, so you look down into the well. You see the faintest glint of water at the bottom, but it doesn't look like full of water. It looks like just kind of the remains. Obviously, if it was boarded up, probably means that it had run dry already. So. Yeah, it's a pretty long way down. Not too terribly long, but definitely wouldn't want to just jump in there.
Does make any... Does he communicate to us in any way that what he's found?
I don't think he's capable.
I'm going to scratch an arrow in the dirt pointing at the well.
That's fucking creepy.
It's
Yep.
really creepy.
Wait, what do you do?
He draws an arrow in the dirt.
Invisibly.
Yep.
Okay.
Do we
But it's also
notice
like-
that?
It's like an animal claw.
You're okay.
It's a very feral gash in the ground.
We have to roll to see if we can notice it, or do we automatically see it?
You'll see it.
I think Sid's gonna head straight down. I'm just gonna scuttle down the rules like a gecko, like the gecko I am.
Gotcha.
Those-
There's definitely
that's
plenty of
you, right?
handholds and footholds. The crumbling foundations of the well.
I really wish we had rope.
I think I might have brought my collapsing pole with me, just because it's portable and storable, but I don't think I'll use it here. Actually, how deep does this go?
Looking down with dark vision, is it more than 60 feet?
No, it's something more like 30 feet.
Okay.
Maybe even a bit less. It's more like 25.
So still nothing to sniff at.
Yeah, definitely not.
Yeah, if Sid is climbing down, I'll wait to see what it finds, and I'll turn around and see if there's any movement, because we did send that guy to alert everyone.
Not quite yet. Everything's been happening pretty quick out here so far. Alright, Sid, roll me athletics to we're down.
Okay. Nice.
Dope. Gotta love an athletic rogue.
Yeah, athletics is one of my favorite things to put on rogues.
You get down just fine. Clamber your way down. Like I said, it's actually pretty climb down. When you get to the bottom, it seems like the very bottom of it is actually like dug out into a wider space than the tube of the well itself. And you definitely see that there is a path that leads out.
Do I?
Do you? Are you Oh right, you don't have dark vision.
I
Well-
should have 10 feet of blind sight.
Fine.
Sid! Sid!
Yeah,
Sid!
keep your voice down, please.
It echoes.
I can tell, yes.
Is he down there?
I don't know. Give me a second. How do I turn on? How do I change my vision?
You can if you right click on your token, there's like
Okay,
light options turn on
Let's go.
if that's what you're doing.
There's no blind sight option.
What is your blind sight range?
10 feet.
How do you have blind sight?
It's a feet.
Gotcha.
It's a
Makes
fighting
sense.
spell.
Oh, okay.
I'll give you bright vision to
Okay, yeah, that's the same
practically
thing.
the same.
effectively.
Yeah.
Oh, it's really. It's so Silent Hill. I've got no range on my vision. I don't want to go that far without anybody else. I'm just gonna peer down this corridor and be nervous. Is anyone else coming? It's really
We're-
dark down here.
Yeah, I'll be right down. Down. And yeah. Brim's gonna just like first he's gonna take off his jacket, roll it up, and kind of tuck it under his chin, roll up his sleeves, grip the end of the grip the edge of the well here, and then just sort of like put his feet up, like crawl over, put his feet against the end, and try and like lower himself down as far as he can, put his legs up against the side of the wall, and try and like clamber down.
All right. Give me that athletics.
Mm-hmm.
And while you're doing that,
Can I get ready to catch him if something goes wrong?
You can try. All right.
Oh, it was almost a 18.
10's good enough. It's an easy climb.
Okay, good.
and as he's preparing, Faith will just climb over the edge and jump down, dress and all. And if anyone's watching, which I think only Sid would be, and he doesn't see anything, so I don't know if anyone notices that.
You'll suddenly appear in my vision when you're 10 feet from the ground.
Okay, so what I want to do is basically use my shape water cantrip to make the water kind of go up. And I don't know how deep it is, but I want to make sure that it flows up into the air and sort of forms this column of water that's deep enough where I can land
Okay.
in it, and then it moves away so I can step off of it safely.
That's literally a thing people do in Minecraft speedruns, and I hate that.
There's not a ton
Cool.
of there's not a ton of water to use, but you can kind of like continuously reshape the water cyclically to continuously give yourself cushion over a more extended period of time until you
I
land
mean,
rather
I only
softly.
need to land once, and then I don't care.
Mhm.
But cool. And I think that's the first time that Faith has done anything with water at all. So she kind of lands and steps off, and there's a moment where, through all the panic and tension, she's like, "Huh, that's neat. I didn't know I could do that." But she says nothing.
And she's soaked.
Yeah, her big flashy dress is just hanging now. She's like a wet cat.
Oh.
Alright, so 3 of you are down here. You see what you see. I think I've pulled all the correct people over to the lair.
Mm-hmm.
What's Stas doing?
I'm just gonna jump.
Yeah.
Alright. Acrobatics. Decent fall.
Hold on while I pull up stats.
But yeah, don't you use the stats of the cat?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
The cat can just jump, right? It's a cat.
I don't think jumping's the problem, landing is.
Yeah, but the problem is I didn't.
Well, it's good you'll never reach terminal velocity, but you
I mean,
still might take
cats
some damage.
cats fare better at terminal velocity.
Yeah, I'm saying he won't die from it, but might take a little bit of hurdy hurt.
Yeah.
I think for a panther, that's +2 for acrobatics.
I actually think 30 feet is the point that cats struggle with.
I don't know. I'm not proficient with cat facts.
I am a little
Okay.
bit.
Yeah, there is a weird zone where things are too high for a cat or too low for a cat.
Yeah, they can like make short jumps. They can make really high jumps where they hit terminal velocity, but there's this weird point in the middle where they can't quite spread out like a parachute, and they struggle with those jumps. Uh-oh.
Alright.
Sorry, I forgot to mute myself. I was tickling here. I'm still listening though. None of you guys can like turn on the light, can you?
I didn't bring my lantern.
Yeah, I didn't bring it. I didn't bring in my torches.
Alright, you take 8 fall damage.
Okay.
Just a solid
Part of the reason
smack.
why I just cavalierly jumped is because the worst it can do, well, it could do worse, but I figured the worst it would do is smack me out of panther shape.
Yeah.
Oh, but you might lose concentration,
That's true.
which
Oh,
would
yeah.
be hilarious because we would
Which
all of a
would be
sudden-
hilarious.
we
con-
would all of a
Roll
sudden
the
see-
concentration save.
Please fail.
That suddenly appears.
It'd be so funny. Please fail.
Oh.
Alright, you're good. You remain invisible.
So we just hear like a loud thump. Bram looks over, is like, "Wow, Toss, you're a dense guy. I didn't realize you were stuff." I mean, like, I know you're not small, but didn't realize you were that big. Must have a lot of muscle on you.
We can't see you, Toss, but I hope you're okay.
And I'm not going to respond because I can't speak, and I feel like just any kind of panther sounds in the darkness will
Terrible
just
idea. Terrible.
Yeah, I would immediately I cannot come up with a reason why I wouldn't just immediately attack. Sorry.
Yep.
All right. Well, you guys are all down here. I'll say that. All right. We'll just say that Blue has hopped in Brahm's backpack again. That's going to be just the go-to excuse forever now.
You've got living
She's just
thieves'
keeping.
tools.
She's just standing guard.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She could just be standing guard up
Upstairs.
top. No.
Essentially invisible.
I will start walking if and say,
I'm staying close behind.
if you can't see, just hold on to me, and I will start moving.
Yeah. Ren will just keep following Faith as she walks. Like, he's got dark vision, but dark vision, if there's no light at all, dark vision, it has to be like, there has to be some light, right? Correct?
Yeah, there is some light. I didn't know you had dark vision. Is it 60 feet?
Yeah, it's normal dark vision. Yeah, it's a thing you can have, dark vision or a skill, and I picked dark vision.
All right.
Because of course.
Right, because Bull's not a... Yeah.
I'm not a human.
Mhm.
I'm not a Goliath. I'm a dwarf, kind of.
All right, so I think everybody can actually... Sid is the most limited with only 10 feet, but that's still hefty.
Something.
It's better than like the 2 feet that I was giving people just so they have some awareness of their surrounding.
Actually, fun fact: for some reason, panthers don't have dark vision.
Really?
Weird.
That makes no sense. Panthers have dark vision.
You just decided.
I mean, it makes no sense.
It's weird. D&D cats in general just don't have dark vision for some reason.
Is that
Panthers
you?
not
Is
nocturnal.
that your token? Yeah.
Yeah. There's a polymorph feature that you can do to your character sheet.
That's
So
cool.
I did that to Oz's sheet, and it can revert later.
Nice.
It might automatically revert when you go to 0 health. Maybe.
But yeah, like Sid's right behind Faith, and then Bram's right behind Sid. As we do the cha-cha down the hallway.
All right. Continue on. There's no obvious sounds at the moment.
No, ma'am. I put that away so you couldn't take it. These are not for baby.
Is it a door that I see here?
Yep. Seems weird. Why is there a door? Oh, well.
I stop and Sid probably bumps into me. There's a door. And I'll
Right.
try to open it as I say this. Not checking for traps or anything, because that's not something Fate was ever taught to do.
Great. That's great news.
Wait, you're supposed to like listen in. Blue taught me that. Supposed to put your ear to the door first. I say too late.
She's already doing it.
Yep.
That's up to Ben. If I haven't opened it yet, as Bram says this, I will try to listen first.
You can try to listen.
Is that a perception check?
Yep.
Nope.
You can listen to nothing. You stop and listen. You don't hear anything. Seems
Just
clear.
no time for that. And I try to open it.
It opens. Fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I step through it. Turn to the others. It splits in two. And I'll just yell as loudly as I can. Aries!
Oh.
I love it.
Your voice echoes a little bit. One sec.
I'm a singer. My voice carries.
You know what? I think I'm gonna pop off another divine sense just in case.
Yeah, there's no response from anyone or anything. You imagine that anything in the immediate vicinity has been forewarned.
Yeah.
What does everyone else do?
Yeah.
You go.
Oh, I was gonna say Bram's gonna pop off another divine sense. Both him and I are fully expecting nothing to happen, but he's just covering his bases.
Can't be too safe.
Okay, divine sense. Again, keeping in mind that blocked by cover.
Indeed.
So like you'd be only sensing anything immediately this way or that way. I will say this place does. It gives you a frigid feeling. It doesn't feel pleasant. It feels cold and numb to you. So your divine sense is giving some feedback in that sense, but you don't sense any.
That's I say out loud.
Sid and Taz are not, and Faith are not. None of them are undead or fiends or fays or whatever celestials.
No.
I think he'll say out loud. Well, that's not good. Guys, I can't pinpoint what it is. There's just like too much interference with the ground and too much blocking it. But you know that weird feeling I got around the tree
Yeah.
where I was like I could tell that something was wrong with it. There's something wrong here. It's not the same as the tree. It's just like a different feeling.
Well, that's ominous and not the best news.
No, but Faith, why don't you let me go in front?
Cool.
And he's gonna like bend down and he's gonna like roll up his pant leg and like reach down and like grab his dagger, just kind of palm it, blade facing down, and just kind of keep it close to his chest, make sure he doesn't like hit anybody with it. And
In the meantime, I want to check these two passages to see which one has like the most recent presence.
Okay, yeah, you can do that survival.
Right. Good rolls tonight.
Hey, something I should I slipped my mind entirely, but every time you've divine sensed, I don't remember how many times there have been before night, but
Into
Just
previous ones.
once
one,
by
just-
the,
yeah,
by the tree.
okay, yeah. Every time you divine sensed, it would have happened back with the tree, and it would have happened both times you did it tonight. You would have sensed just a touch of Fey presence from Faith.
Oh, interesting.
So it's in my mind about that, but yeah. So you just sense that you would have probably easily written that off. I mean, it's, you know, elves, Fey. It's a little weird that you're getting it from Faith, but you never got it from Ares. So that's like interesting. But it probably wouldn't have been something like terribly. It's something you can bring up later. But
Yeah,
my bad for forgetting
yeah,
that.
it may have been on his mind. I think when he felt it at the, I think when he felt it at the tree, he may have just been like dismissed it as like maybe just some feedback from that, and then maybe it has something to do with the fact that she's a bard and not a logic master. Maybe like her magic's different. He wouldn't really know. But if he feels it, if he keeps feeling it, it may just be on his mind. But he's not going to bring it up now.
Yeah. Anyways, moving on. Sid, your survival check. There, you see a lot of evidence of use of this area, and you're trying to separate anything recent from old. And in a dirt tunnel like this, that's very, very difficult. The best thing you have to go on is you do see some drag marks that go.
Well, that seems like a pretty significant thing to go off.
Yeah. I was trying to scan my brain if there was like anything that I could give you, or if it's just a situation where it's impossible. But then I thought, no, that could.
I'm gonna like just lightly gesture along that direction. And I don't know why Sid is being quiet because everyone else is being so loud, but it's just natural for Sid to stay quiet in this situation.
You are a rogue after all.
Not that kind of rogue. I'm just a professional.
But yeah, I guess Bram goes first.
Yeah. He said he would, so I'm waiting for him.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone else wants to take the lead,
Not
Yeah,
particularly.
you'll let them. But that's kind of how he feels. And
Go ahead, Faith. Actually,
And if you're pushing past Faith, you're definitely getting a little wet from her big wet dress.
indeed. So if Sid points out that like the drag marks, he'll start making his way that direction. If I can.
Mhm.
We need a nap.
You're in the corner. At the end of this hallway, you see a very sturdy-looking metal door.
That's not good. I'll make my way up to it. Can. It's not letting me move. Weird. There we go. I'll try the knob.
It's,
Not locked. Again, not checking for traps. Wouldn't occur to him. I'll see if I'll tell everyone, hey, back up a few spaces. Give me some space. And
If Blue can't get this door open, I'll try and ram it down.
Blue's upstairs.
Oh, that's right. Hmm.
I can give it a go.
Can you? Of course you
Yeah.
can. You're the best. Forgot. Go for it. Just like fully genuine in his belief, and like you introduce yourself as like, oh, I'm a master of like everything.
Yeah.
I'm good at whatever. So he's like fully believes you. And he's just like, yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I'll give that a go. Not great. It's something.
It's something. This definitely seems like a higher level lock. It's a sturdy metal door with a complex lock on it, and think you think if you had a solid half hour, probably good enough tries to finally finesse it. Maybe sooner, but
I'll tell them that. I'll keep
yeah,
trying
it
until
feels
someone stops me.
Sid.
Yeah.
Do you know what this means? Like, I see you like try and like wiggle with it, and like for a moment he lets you just keep going, and then just as he sees you like pull out the pins and just take a breath and like going for it again, he'd be like, "Sid,
Yeah.
you know what this means? If you can't get it immediately, that must mean that whatever's behind this is super important, and they've used some crazy lock that not even like you could get immediately."
Gotta be
I-
it. It's the
I mean,
only explanation.
Yeah, I mean, I have full confidence that you could get it eventually, but because time is of the essence, and like he's
Yeah,
saying,
kick
it,
this
he's
bad
not
boy
being-
down.
Yeah, he's saying it. He's not being pandering by any means. He's like fully believes, like fully confident. Just the
Can we
only
do a
idea.
joint shoulder barge, actually?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, let's do this. And he gets there's enough room. He gets very excited about this, and just puts his shoulder into it, takes a few steps back, and
We're
just
both in sync.
yeah, bend at the knees and just rushes in like a rugby tackle. Boom, slamming up against the door.
all right.
I realize this is probably very difficult because it's a huge metal door.
You have
but-
advantage though with
What is this? An attack or athletics?
athletics.
Okay.
Start with that. Full rugby tackle method. Flash that.
8.
We roll. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. It would have, yeah. That's you two give it a very good effort. And door.
Called it. Sorry.
Yeah, just basically the part that snaps is the bolt that the lock was using. You just force that open. Or rather, I mean, even though the door is made of metal, it's built into earthen tunnel, and you force it so hard that just the bolt doesn't give way, but the earth around it does, to the point that the bolt just like the whole door just swings right off, anyways, and it opens.
Call that the Dragon Dwarf special.
All right.
Maybe.
Ares, you would have been weak and on the verge of unconsciousness almost throughout this whole time. The brief little bits of lucidity that you do have, you would have seen obviously these surroundings. You would have noticed that you are chained up, hands and feet, 100% limiting your somatic ability. When you try to speak, your You're just feeling of weakness kind of slurs your word a little bit, which makes any verbal component spell not impossible, but with a chance that it would have failed. Through all of these restrictions, if you have any ideas or things you wanted to try beforehand, you can say so, but I don't know if there would have been much.
I mean, it would be nice to know what happened 2 hours more than 2 hours ago.
Yes.
I mean, how did what happened?
So, yeah, you remember seeing that woman go in for the kiss, and she moved very fast. Didn't quite actually get the kiss on you. You're not sure if she nicked you with a dagger or what it was, but you felt a sharp sting on your shoulder area, and whatever venom or substance that was used very quickly rendered you incapacitated or unconscious. It felt pleasant to you. It felt like going to sleep, just slowly drifting away as if you didn't care what happened, and then into unconsciousness, all within the span of a few seconds. And caught you a bit too unawares to do much about it. And then it was just unconsciousness for who knows how long before you would have come to in, again, like a very dazed, half in, half out state, drifting between almost unconsciousness and a little bit of lucidity over and over again until this point.
Okay. How long have I been in this like semi-conscious state?
The semi-consciousness of it makes it a little bit harder to gauge time, but I think we could call it, by your best estimation, half an hour to an hour, maybe. Plus, who knows how much time actually unconscious. But at least in your semi-conscious state, you estimate about half an hour.
Okay. Could you repeat how Eris is feeling?
You feel very weak. You feel almost like you're always having to fight off going to sleep. You're a little bit clammy, kind of sweating a little bit. You feel cold. When you look at your skin, you can see that you look pale. And yeah, so you're constantly having to fight the urge to just pass out again, and sometimes when you fight it, you manage to get enough lucidity to actually think a little bit clearly, but after a minute or two of this lucidity, you're just kind of drifting back off into this struggle to remain conscious. Or of course, if you don't want to struggle, you can just give in, but I'd imagine that you would be struggling against passing out.
Is this like physical exhaustion or like something magical?
It definitely feels physical, but you know that magic can often, feel like a physical thing. You don't see any obvious signs of magic. It to the best of that you can tell without like using detect magic or something. It seems like a physical problem.
You mentioned Eris was chained up.
Yes, hands bound in manacles that are very tightly placed together to where you can barely separate your hands at all, and then legs bound as well. And then the whole mechanism of the manacles that are on your arms and legs is overall chained to the wall as well, limiting your mobility in the cell itself. You can't quite reach the door, but you have a little bit of mobility towards the back end of the cell.
Could I, with both hand, reach for like my pockets and all?
Yeah, you could.
I have a potion of healing. Is it possible to take it out and drink it?
Let me make a quick roll for some. Oh wow, yeah, it's still there. So yes, you could.
Okay, so yeah, I guess I do that.
All right, you do so, and you get a little bit of healing. It definitely clears your head a little bit. It makes it. You still feel fatigued. You still feel weaker than normal, which we're going to manifest as 2 levels of exhaustion. But beyond that, you can at least kind of maintain a normal state of lucidity. At least you're kind of solidly conscious.
Okay. Am I able to cast spells?
Nothing with a somatic component. Basically, the only spell you could really cast is anything that's purely verbal.
And can I see out the door? Like, does the door have like a slit or something with bars on it? Or what's the door made out of?
Yeah, so these are like small metal cages that seem more like livestock cages. They don't reach all the way to the ceiling. So they're solid. But if you weren't chained up as much as you were, you'd imagine you could just hop over it. It wouldn't be like a super easy hop over. You'd have to pull yourself up a little bit, but yeah. But if you weren't chained up, you think you could hop over.
Okay, and if I can hop over, I assume Eris can see past it.
Yeah, yeah.
I think, it probably takes some, like, a lot of time that he spent, gaining this lucidity. He kind of, starts channeling it into one place. And he'll utter a few words of magic. And like green mist, he'll vanish from the chains and reappear outside the thing.
Okay, I assume that's Misty Step.
So that's the wobble only thing.
Yeah, that works. You would here. Let's just do this for now. You're like there wherever you want, and you're free to move around.
Ares doesn't need rescuing.
Yeah, so second level exhaustion is halved speed. First level is disadvantage on ability checks. So yeah, you're kind of like just stumbling along and still feeling kind of physically exhausted. Well, considering what you are, probably more graceful than stumbling, but just moving slowly and carefully. Because if you moved faster, you'd probably lose your balance.
Is that a whip on this table here?
It's not. We're gonna say it's not there.
Okay. I was afraid of my future there for a second. Okay. Anything? What do I see? Like, where am I?
You clearly seem to be underground, some kind of dirt tunnel. In your cell, there were bones. If you peek over into other cells, you don't see anyone in there, but you see evidence of bones as well.
I mean, at a glance, can I tell are they like human bones, cattle bones? I mean, humanoid bones.
Right. They seem pretty obviously to actually not be humanoid. They seem like some like medium small type of farm animal, like sheep, goat, maybe, or maybe like a calf or a small cow. Cow would probably be a bit too big. Something along those lines. Could be maybe like a small horse. Or if you want to make like a nature check to identify more clearly, but that's the general gist of it.
I think Eris is just like wherever he can tell without a check. I think that's more than enough.
Mhm.
And I think just the kind of taxation of casting a spell after being so wounded. I think for like a 10 seconds, I think he'll just go and sit there and catch his breath. And I think feeling with his fingers for the wound on his shoulder. I think just trying to, do what he can with like, tearing off like a bit of the clothes to kind of, make like a makeshift bandage or something.
Mhm.
But then, as sitting there and the breathing kind of slows down, does he hear anything?
We'll say that probably around about that time you'd be you'd hear someone messing with a lock, maybe somebody putting in a key in the lock. But it lasts longer than a key. You think either the person's fumbling with the key for some reason, can't quite get the mechanism to work.
Okay. Can I tell by the door if it opens this way or this way?
It looks like it swings inward.
Okay. I don't understand that. Does
Certainly
it
will
open
be.
like
From that, it's like from that. It'll
okay,
swing.
so I'll
towards
be
you.
behind the door when it opens, so
Yeah, you could be.
I'm fine where Eric is kind of fine at where they are.
All right.
Take
He'll
10
like
points of bludgeoning damage.
yeah, okay. I don't imagine it opens all the way, or does it? Like, do I look like it's gonna hit me in the face?
You think if they swung it open like very quickly, it might. If you stand like right there, it could.
Would he have heard me shout his name before?
No, I rolled perceptions. He grimaced.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay, I'm sensing a lot of bad rolls. I think Aros will just kind of pull the chair over here, so he's out of view, but then he can see clearly past the door.
Right.
Getting ready to, not like a held action, but getting ready to misty step past this person.
Okay, I got you. Yeah.
We'll like shoot like a quick look to check his back is clear, and then we'll just sit here, ready to go past.
Door is kicked open by none other than Bromir. And yeah, and here we are. Everyone's paths have intersected finally.
I rush in.
Yeah, we call
Past everyone.
that the dwarf dragon special.
Ares! And I run over to him and just hug him and give him a kiss on the forehead and just hold him in my arms and make sure that he's okay. Does he look hurt?
He definitely looks unhealthy. Pale. Just weary. Doesn't look physically hurt. Not in an obvious way. But he looks like
I think
sick, maybe. But he's not
I
feverish.
think whenever Eris is sitting at like a desk or a table or something, there's like this complete straight back and like a graceful posture, whereas now he's kind of sitting hunched forward with like resting his knees on his legs. There's like deep breaths, and he'll kind of just hold like a half glance up as people come in, and whereas he was ready to cast magic, when he realizes the party, he'll just go back to kind of recouping his strength.
What happened?
Um, you see kind of, Eris, kind of blink a few times as if, they're trying to remember, and there's like a couple of seconds that pass, which might be worrisome, but then he kind of just says, and Ben, if you could describe, I'm just going to guess some things and let me know.
Mm-hmm.
Woman, 5'8", brown hair, red dress, and he'll just list like the description of the woman.
Yep.
Okay, and Ben, you can say the right things now.
As far as the description, yeah. I'll just show the picture if I can find it.
While you're looking at him, oh, okay.
The thing that maybe stood out the most as identifiable, especially since it was a masquerade and everyone's wearing masks, is heterochromia. One eye was golden, one eye was blue.
I want you to know that I actually got a real life scare when that panther approached me from behind very suddenly.
You're welcome. Just wanted you to feel alive for a second.
Yeah, it spooked me.
It's a pretty damn scary panther image. That is like that is a primal fear panther image, those fangs.
Yeah. Bloodied, apparently.
Yeah, it fell down a well.
I'm still not letting go of Arius, and it's probably not a very nice feeling because my dress is still all wet. And I'm just saying, don't worry. Everything is going to be okay. We're here.
See, Faith, I told you he's fine. And just, I told you he could take care of himself. I'm glad we finally ran into you, buddy.
You get the sense that she's saying words to calm him down, but she's mostly trying to calm herself down.
Yeah, I think, there's not very many responses, There'll be like a shrug and a nod, but it's still trying to regain his strength. He'll kind of reach into his... Okay, do I still have my stuff, or was it taken off? Like, I was planning on reaching for my water skin.
The most obvious stuff that was on you was taken. But obviously they didn't seem to search you very well, since you still had the potion on you. She crit
Is my
missed
stuff on
her
this table?
Perception search you.
How many crit misses are you rolling, Ben?
I don't know. There's just a lot of them behind the scenes. You wouldn't even know. It's been more than just those two, actually. Yeah. Your things. Thank you. Yeah. Well, they're in the barrel. It's too convenient.
I think I have noticed that my stuff, but probably not ready to get off of the thing. But Eris will then say, "Be careful, she's quick. Had some sort of poison or something." Is that the best way I can describe what what Eris is feeling, like some sort of poison or something, like potion.
It would make sense for poison to have like a lingering and very quick and immediate effect administered through, breaking the skin.
Mhm.
But
Yeah, that's what Eris says.
Oh, I'm going to kill that bitch. I start walking forward.
Bram's gonna like sheath his dagger, come up to Ares. You mentioned that how he was kind of like blinking and looking very loopy. No sense of personal space. Again, he reaches over to like claps you on the shoulder, like both hands as you're sitting down, and like is just kind of like looking into your eyes, checking to see how focused they are. And close is like, "How you feeling, bud? Not too hot." There.
I'm not sure about the looking into the ice part, but I think, and like I'm just going off, what I'm sensing from Ben, but it's like, still just like, obviously in character you don't know that he just barely made it out of the cage that he was in, but he's panting, like short of breath, hands shower and all of that. It's like, when you speak to someone who's ill and they're like, okay, I need time to speak, it's kind of like that.
So his Bram's hand's gonna move down off your shoulders onto Ares' chest, like hearing it, like feeling his like breathing, and like even like this is very like this has got to be very weird for Ares because like Bram doesn't probably not used to getting touched like this, but Bram's just not even like thinking about it. It's like putting his hand on top of your head as you're like sitting down, other hand on your chest, and is gonna close his eyes for a second, take a deep breath, and doesn't matter if it's like if it mechanically does anything, but he's going to use he's going to attempt to use lay on hands, expending 5 points from your healing to cure the target of one disease or neutralize one poison affecting it. You can cure multiple diseases and neutralize multiple poisons with a single use of lay on hands, expending hit points separately for each one.
Okay.
So at first he's going to try just pumping 5 points of this like odd like well of power that he's got within him to try and bring him back out to this from this like loopy position.
All right. You do so. Yeah, he doesn't seem to get any better. Absolutely no change. And you can kind of probably get the sense for this when you use it. Usually there's like just an intuitive feeling of like registering that the poison or something has been cleansed, that your magic has done something, encountered some kind of resistance. But it doesn't happen here. You just you pour the magic into him and nothing happens.
Okay, stand on your own, or you need a minute.
I also will kind of, pat you on the shoulder and say, in like a slow voice, I'll be fine. I'm kind of gesturing, head nodding towards where Faith ran off. Just carry on.
See, I knew you'd take it. I knew you'd be all right, buddy. Sorry this happened to you, but you're the smartest of us, and I figured you would. I just saw the chat. No, but figured you're one of the most capable people here. That's saying a lot. And he'll just kind of nod to you as you tap him on the shoulder and kind of shuffle past the chair, letting others pass. Oh, by the way, Tonsil Single's around here somewhere. He's invisible at the moment, so if you hear just a random voice or pitter patter, that's him. He's been pretty quiet though. I don't know what's going on. I think he's just in the zone.
I also
Why does
throw
it-
like a half. So
No, nothing.
I also throw up like a half nod at that, acknowledging, and then let people past him, but he'll slowly make his way to the barrel, regain his stuff, take out like his water skin, and get some hydration in him.
All right.
Are those stairs?
Yeah, they are. Wooden stairs lead up, and at the top you can see a metal door that doesn't look like it has any locking mechanism on it. The door.
As angry as I am, I will wait for everyone else to catch up. Actually, I'll wait for Bram and Sid to catch up, and then I'll just point towards the door and say, "Boys, door."
Okay,
Love
we're your shoulder barging boys now.
He kind of smiles, looks back over his shoulders, like, absolutely. Just gotta wait for Ares to catch back up, and then, you know,
Did
he's
did
been through a
Faith
lot.
try the door?
Not yet.
I'm gonna just open it.
It opens.
Yep. As Bram's like, yeah, we gotta wait for everyone. He needs a second to catch his breath. He's been through it. Creak.
All right, let's see.
All right then.
Everybody's gonna be crammed into a small room. Thick.
He'll slip his coat back on.
Oh,
Thank you for doing
before you change maps, I wanted to do something down there.
Okay.
I didn't expect us to change maps again.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Bit of that.
So I think, once Aris is kind of done grabbing his stuff and having a drink of water, he's now going to kind of, walk back up here and kind of, sit down on his haunches and look at these, bones, try and make heads and tails of what's going on here.
Okay.
Like what kind of animals they are, like what happened to them. Are they like complete bones, or like are some bones missing?
Yeah. Nature check.
Gnawed on.
They do look like. At a glance. Go and roll the nature while I'm describing, but. Oh wow. Okay. You're positive that they are sheep, specifically lambs. They're all young, so they're all lambs. But they have no, judging by the bones, you don't see any obvious signs of like severe trauma or injury that happened to them, like no broken bones. And yeah, the skeletons are almost completely intact, or pretty much are completely intact. So it almost more looks like they just perished in here and naturally decayed.
How old do these bones seem to be?
Addy, welcome.
Bones
Never
decay on
mind.
a pretty large time scale. So judging by that, they look pretty new or fresh. There's at least one of the carcasses hasn't entirely even decayed yet. So you would think no more than like, you think the youngest set of bones you can tell is no more than a month old. Could be even, well, yeah, probably more like around a month.
This is the question I haven't. Tell me if Aris figures it out. I'm trying to understand what happened to the labs. Was it like, they died with like flesh and bone, and the flesh decayed with time? Did someone, get the meat of the bones and, do whatever with them, and then just left the bones here as like a discard place? Or what happened here in terms of, does that make sense to be able to figure that out?
Yeah, it looks like they died flesh and bones, and nobody got the meat. It doesn't look like they were butchered or cut up for the meat. Skin, the biggest tell is the skin still on the bone, kind of like dried up.
All right, that's weird, but I just won't say anything, and we'll catch up to the body again.
Yeah, so you guys walk up here. There's a lot of you packed in here, so you might not be able to see what's on the map, but it's basically a storeroom. There's like barrels and boxes of stuff. And there is a large metal door, much like the one that was downstairs, right there. This one does look very clearly to be locked. But at the same time, you're on the inside, and you could just flip the latch and open the map. On the other side, you hear commotion. Sounds of pots and pans. It sounds like a kitchen.
I just go in. Shoot.
Well,
Thank-
Bram, kitchen's your specialty, so lead the way.
Dang, Tonso, man. I know I'm not one to talk. Like I got a beard myself, but man, you are really fuzzy. I mean, like, but soft. That's really something. You take good care of that beard. Anyway, because I'm imagining just like, I know I'm not actually touching him, but it's, we're in a cramped room. He's gonna nod over at Faith real quick. He's gonna look around these barrels. If this has been happening every year, he's kind of looking for party goers stuff. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
If it's just, if he's looking in barrels and it's just like kitchen equipment, cool, he'll move on. But if it's anything else, he'll take note.
Yeah, it's just like raw produce and kitchen stuff.
Gotcha.
Food storage.
Hmm.
It's a little chilly in here. It seems like it's like the cold storage spot.
Gotcha. Then he'll resheath the dagger. Take a deep breath. Open up that door. Boom.
Got a hand on my cane firmly.
And just straight up walk in. Look out.
Okay. Well, obviously the two people here immediately turn and look at a lot of you. This guy, Just looks like he was just cutting up some, he's just preparing food on the table. And he was stopping what he was doing and just looks at you puzzled. This servant was just grabbing a tray, about to leave. He stops, blinks a few times.
Well, hello there. I understand this is a very odd thing to see. We need to speak to. Hold on one second.
Von Broth.
Yeah, thank you. I was looking through the notes, and then I literally read Von Broth as soon as you said it. We need to speak to Mr. Von Broth right away.
Doug looks a little confused and shrugs. The servant says, I think he went to the cathedral with, well, a few others.
Are you aware
Which way?
what's going on?
I heard someone was missing. We're supposed to be on the lookout.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I don't even know what they're supposed to look like. Are you?
Oh my god, you're useless. I'll just push past him and open the door. Walk into the garden.
He struggles to keep the tray balanced and the contents of the drinks on it from spilling. And takes a few steps back to clear the area in case anybody else pushes past.
Looking at the table and around, just like if there's a bit of food on the table, Bram's gonna grab himself a bite. Then on his way out he's gonna reach over, grab a drink off the tray, and then like put it in the hands of Ares. Just be like, hey, get something to eat, something to drink, get your strength back.
That's not Skyrim.
I know it's not Skyrim. The man's weak. He needs something to eat.
I think ours will kind of take like a glass of alcohol, like pick up like a piece of clean-looking cloth from the side, dip the cloth in the alcohol, and then kind of clean the area wherever the stuff happened. Hey, the alcohol was useful.
I'm
Yeah,
walking through the garden. Oh, sorry.
The alcohol takes the edge off of the chill that you've been, a very like pervasive chill in your body. Helps a little bit with that. And the food does feel good to eat.
I don't think like Aris is eating like.
Oh, nothing.
It's hard to kind of I can't imagine like after this stomaching food.
Mm-hmm.
Before at least that.
All right. So Faith is storming off towards somewhere.
Yeah, straight line towards the cathedral, just soaked evening attire. I assume everyone's staring, but she doesn't care.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, plenty of looks, gasps. It'll definitely be the topic of conversation amongst these snobby nobility people for a while. In your ruined dress. How embarrassing.
I think as we're treading towards the back, Aris will ask that was like the closest to him. So the stairs led here. Where did you guys even come from?
We came through the well up there.
Yeah, right.
Is Blue still up here?
Yeah. Blue would be up there still. Probably surprised to see you come out from an entirely different direction again.
As we make eye contact, I'll just point to the door of the cathedral and I'll try to open it.
Mm-hmm.
And if it opens, which it did.
It does. Inside, you see Viviana and Otto von Broff. And
What's the meaning of this?
they were, when you opened the door, they were arguing, it seemed. Kind of like that. Angry, but in hushed voices. And they both look at you, surprised. This is nothing. What's the problem?
Yeah, that's the bitch.
No patience.
He just stares down at the lot of you humorously.
I will cast Hex on her.
Not humorously, but humorlessly.
Just straight savage.
Okay, we're going straight there, huh? All right.
Not doing any damage yet, just hexing her.
Right. And which ability check would you like?
Charisma would keep her from lying.
Strength.
Strength. Gotcha. All right.
And yeah, I raise my arm and kind of point to her, and the shadows from around the room will start to gather around her and sort of encircle her. And I'll take a step in and say, "You."
I'm gonna block the door.
Faith,
You
please. There's no need for violence.
You messed up.
Pat Aries on the shoulder, kind of try and squeeze past.
Yeah.
I'll Sid will let you through.
Yep.
Aris will let you pass and then come up behind Sid.
Oh yeah, you can get through.
No, I was telling that to Brown, not you.
No.
Look, let's come in and close the door so no one else sees, and we can have a talk. Yes?
Oh, you don't want us telling your guests how you have cages with bones down there?
It's not what it seemed like.
It seems like you have cages full of bones.
I mean, you have to admit that's not a good look.
What is she doing?
Secret tunnels, cells with manacles on them in a damp corridor. Under a mansion in the middle of nowhere. It's not. But yeah, I think now is the time to talk and explain.
She just waits. She seems obviously poised to react, but is again just humorlessly glaring at all of you, and waiting to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think Brim just like walking in, making some space for other people to enter, and then is actually gonna like he's not gonna grab at her, he's not gonna get right up in her business. In fact, if I can move there, yeah. He wants to be within arm's reach of the lady, but not like right on top of her. Like he doesn't want to like get into her space enough to where she's just gonna back off or bolt, but he wants to just be arm's reach as he like kind of leans up against this what is it called? Starts with the P.
Pew? Or no?
Pew. Thank you. No, not pew. Pew's where you sit.
Yeah. Podium.
Pulpit. Podium. Yeah. Thank you.
Forward. Yes. Good. Let's Let's just calm down. Have a seat. He closes the door.
On the bed. We know, and like I think we all assume that Hansel Single's inside because we know he's invisible. So he's like, of course he walked in.
So
So Ben, where did this person appear from? Like, unless I'm talking to one there like a second ago.
they were not there a second ago. The surprise can be very genuine character. He seemed to very quietly slip in, walk there, and have a seat at the pew, and is just watching.
Weird.
Yeah.
Slipped in from the door that was all away.
Oh, there's another door.
No, but seriously, is Tosin here with us? Because that's kind of important.
Yeah, I assume it.
Was there time for me to slip in before he shut the door?
You would have seen him walk up to it. Von Broff would have very pointedly walked up to the door and closed it. So you would have had the chance to slip in if you wanted to.
Okay.
Maybe Blue doesn't.
That would be very okay. I'm glad he's there. It would have been very funny if he wasn't.
Good. Let's calm down, and if we could just start with an explanation of what's happened. And he looks as pointedly at Faith as he does at Viviana as well. Viviana gives no reply. At least not immediately.
Yeah, I think you'd better start explaining. And I'm more directing at Viviana than Otto. I think she needs to do more explaining than he does.
Yes.
I'm
See,
still holding my hand pointed at her.
so listen, I can tell you don't want this to. Hold on. I can tell you don't want this to escalate. If we can talk things out, that's always a good thing. Trying to raise his hands and, but you have to understand that from where we're coming from, where this nice lady's coming from. We were attending this party. All of a sudden, we hear that he points over at Ares. That man there went missing. Point back to Faith. Was very upset. We started poking around looking for him. We obviously these specific events have a history of people vanishing. It was very disconcerting. We went looking for him and happened to find him downstairs in what can only be described as a hidden dungeon full of bones and manacles and cages. So
it's where we keep the livestock for slaughter. It's right beneath the cook's kitchen.
That's cruel. They need sunlight and areas to play. You have lots of land. That's cruel, but that we can move on from there. This lady drugged that man there. Let's start with that.
Viviana, tell me it is not you. Viviana does not meet his eyes in a very telltale fashion. Admission of guilt. Viviana says, come on, Otto. You couldn't truly expect that we could go on like this. It was going to happen some. And Von Braff says, all I've worked for, safety I've given you, Julian, you're going to throw that away. For what? Viviana says, this is who I am. This is what I am. Julian was a fool for accepting your help. You can either help us, or we can leave.
No one's going anywhere until you explain what the hell is going on.
As soon as she says, what this is what I am, not who I am. The word what catches him. He's gonna look up at the chapel, look over to Julian, look at Viviana, put his hand down on the podium, and he's going to use his last divine sense.
Okay, so the result of that might be spicy. So there's one thing I want to do.
Mhm.
Yes, please.
As it says, no one is leaving this place till Paris is kind of, stop leaning against the wall and moving hill.
Okay, you're just moving half outside.
Mhm.
Or outside entirely, almost. Alright, yeah. Divine Sense. Undead. Undead. That's it.
Who sent it? Sorry?
Julian down there, and Viviana.
Right. Yeah, not aware of that. Faith will keep talking. Say, give me one reason why I shouldn't incinerate you on the spot right there. Make it a good one.
Viviana says, because you would fail, and I would kill you instead. Is that a good enough reason?
Oh. Okay, can I just do something for flavor? As she says that, I will keep one hand pointing at her, and with my other hand, now aware that I could apparently control shape water, I will sort of absentmindedly gather up all the water from my dress that's dripping and making a wet spot on the floor, and I will gather it up in this floating orb floating above my hand, and then I'll release it and it will splatter to the ground. And I'll say, think again.
Julian speaks, and his voice rings out through the entire chapel and echoes. And the ground shakes and trembles just a little bit. Enough. He looks at Faith and says, you have every right to want to kill her. It is more than we have earned. Both of us. But if you're willing, just listen. This could go a different way.
Faith. And like Bram looks up at you. His eyes are like very serious, as there's like a tinge of worry in them. He gulps, swallows, looks up at Julian, looks up at, then meets Vivian's eyes, says, They might pose more of a problem than you think. I don't know what exactly they are, but this Vivian here is not quite alive. Undead. You're a vampire, aren't you, ma'am?
She looks at you and she tries to keep her composure, but her eyes flare ever so slightly, and you think you've struck the chord.
And she what?
Her eyes flare. It's the only tell she gives you, but it's enough to know that you've startled her. And in response to you saying that, Julian himself, as if a facade has been lowered, just his skin dries a little bit, his scars become more apparent, he becomes pale and ashen.
Oh no, turn back. Oh no.
And he just, he looks, he looks half a corpse now.
Quick question. Did our very obvious, very... I don't know what the proper word is, but very determined approach attract any of the party goers to follow us? Is there a crowd forming outside? Basically what I'm thinking.
No. It seems that maybe the servants have been trying to keep things under control and contained, but you're not sure.
People are too polite for their own good. Okay, sorry, just wanted to check.
Julian kind of waits for a moment, see if there's any change in the atmosphere of the room, but
Yeah, Bram was very clear, like when he was talking, is like he was trying, he didn't know what to think or do. He's heard bits and pieces, doesn't have full context, but heard Julian say, or Viviana say that Julian was a fool to accept help. Means maybe he's not privy to all of it. So he was like, he just pointed her out and didn't point him out. But once he drops things, he's just gonna like sadly shake his head and just look over at Julian pretty sad, because like that was someone that they kind of had a connection, like talked to, and just gives him a very mournful look.
A transformation of his, does it look threatening in any way?
his posture and demeanor are rather non-threatening, but I mean, how can a half-dead looking person not
Fair.
look threatening?
Fair. I think Faith would instinctually kind of take a step back, except there's no
No,
room.
it's-
So she'll just kind of bump into Sid a little bit. And her attention is now divided between the two of them.
Please. If you don't... If you don't help de-escalate this, I will die, and so will Viviana.
It looks like you already have.
Good one.
I think
Wasn't a
she escalated this by eating people.
You did. We'll
Pray
figure that
tell
out.
me what.
Sorry, go
And
ahead.
pray tell me what would have happened to the Castilier down there.
To the what down there? I missed that.
Pray tell me what would have happened to the guest that she lured down there.
I don't know, but I imagine... Oh. I guess I do know. They're likely dead. Drained. So they couldn't handle it anymore.
So that is what you do. You make these parties, these events, you bring people here, and then you just pick one and eat him over, what, months?
Von Braff says, no, that is... I do these parties because I live out here alone, and I miss...
Not you.
That wasn't why these parties happen. It's not that simple. We are refugees here, not predators. I can't speak for what Viviana's been doing. Like I said, we can figure out what to do about that. Von Braff, he's found a way where we don't have to drink human blood anymore. I guess human, bad choice of words. I don't know what to call it.
I was about to say, did you switch to Elven? Is that the solution? You know, if I start shouting, a crowd of people will be here any second now.
Yes. And we will fight, and we'll either injure each other or die or escape. And someone will get the Logic Masters and they'll hunt us down and we'll be killed. Like I said, I am not threatening you. I'm begging for our lives. You have that power now.
I'll turn to Arius and say, it's your call. And out of character, it's obviously not only his call, so feel free to...
Yeah.
I mean, you haven't done anything wrong as far as I can tell.
So I understand this. Von Broth, you've given these individuals, he makes a pause and then just uses the most neutral term he can without being insulting. These individuals shelter and have found a way where they can survive without eating people. That's the gist?
Yes, it's a complex alchemical solution. Mostly lamb's blood. A few drops of my own blood that I donate regularly, and well, a few other things from here and there, but it works. It's not pleasant for them. And I've seen them diminish somewhat, but they live.
And with that solution in hand, Vivian has made the decision to eat. There's not much choice then. You don't get to eat people.
Joanna says, tell that to the wolf.
The wolf is a part of the cycle, man. You had a choice. You didn't have to be a wolf. He's going to look over at Ares. What's he doing?
I just want to talk a couple of things, sir. So
Okay.
this is the party's third quest. The first one was where we hunted the pterodactyl.
Yeah, the Brayton.
Sorry? The Periton, yeah.
Mhm.
And the second one was with Elliot. In both of those quests, Eris was kind of the person who kind of, instigated things. With the Periton, he was the one who cast the web, and with Elliot, he was the one doing things aggressive. So, till now, in both quests, Eris has been the one to turn up the heat. And in this quest, where, he's been personally attacked and injured, where kind of fate turns to him and says, Eris, it's your call. Eris just kind of, shrugs, just kind of gestures to the room as if throwing the call back to you. Now, but I'll leave that up to you as to, guess why, but that's what Eris is doing. He just shrugs and kind of, tossing the call back to you.
So basically, we're asking him what he wants to do, and he's not saying anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
You say that. You say tell that to the wolf. That's such a dismissive argument. Julian right there is proof that you didn't have to eat.
Julian sits in a corner and reads his book and lives this bland, apathetic life of nothing, indoors, stuck on this estate.
No. He makes something beautiful. He involves himself in the stories of others, the histories of the world. He learns and grows, and he plants things. He makes things. He does more than survive, he lives. And you just consume.
I know what I am.
And you blame your condition instead of owning up. If you were out in the wild, maybe I could have sympathy. Maybe I would understand. But right now, you had the one thing most monsters want. a choice. You had a decision. And as unfortunate as it is, I don't like violence. Reach down, pull out my dagger from the boot.
Huh.
I'm team people.
Davin, could you repeat your last sentence before you pulled out the dagger for me, please?
Said, yeah, essentially, it's like Julian had I just big speech about monologue.
Yeah,
Julian
just the last sentence. I heard it all. Just the very last sentence.
Oh, I'm team people. And she hunts people. People being a blanket term for elves, dwarves, lizard folk,
Yeah.
humans.
Viviana looks at the room, a lot of you, and Von Broff, who is a little anxious, a little confused, but definitely doesn't make any kind of movement or gesture to be on her side. And Julian, who just looks, despite his undead appearance, just a little bit deflated, kind of just sad, maybe just defeated by the situation. Looking at her, and
Just as this is happening, can I just grab Alexander by the arm and just sort of gently drag him aside so that he's not standing between us and the vampires? Just sort of pull him over here to the corner a little bit. So if things go down, he's not caught in the crossfire. Unless he resists, of course.
oh no, he doesn't especially resist. He lets himself get pulled. Viviana says, this is it then. Everyone against me.
Kind of put yourself in this situation. Sounds like you had every opportunity to avoid it.
I would advise you to surrender. Don't do anything stupid.
Surrender. So I can die with dignity.
Yeah. If you don't turn this into violence, we just accept the consequences of your actions. Van Broth doesn't need to be implemented. Julian can maybe walk.
He's he surveys everyone, considers our options, and would yeah, it would be a roll initiative situation, which we would say for next time.
I was about to say it's getting kind of late. Like I kind of wanted to attack, but at the same time I knew we were getting late, and also I wanted to try and talk her into just surrendering, but I didn't think that. I thought that was a possibility, but a very, very small one, like 1% chance, if that.
So, just a quick reminder, I think Bramir said Eris and Faith have Mage Armor. Then Bramir and Faith have Gift of Alacrity.
Yep. Which I already rolled for. And it was an 8.
Sid should have mage armor. You got
Yeah,
the scroll
I-
for Sid at the beginning.
I said so.
Okay, I missed it somehow.
Faith and yeah, I've got mage armor.
I'll just type it down. I think it'll be easier.
Yeah.
Also, I found out something cool that there's a little cogwheel that appears when you hover the mouse over armor class on the character sheet. And when you click it, you can pick, there's a drop down menu and you can pick mage armor from it.
Excellent.
That's new, and I think that broke the manual effects I had set up.
It doesn't work.
There might
that's for
be
me.
a number in the box above to delete
I
that.
said I had to erase that.
Yeah.
Well, 15 isn't bad.
Trying to look.
Okay, this is cool.
I really like the line, "You're a vampire, aren't you, ma'am?"
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
just kinda, yeah, that's
he's
funny.
at a fancy party.
I mean, no, I mean that's pretty great. I'm gonna. Yeah, I mean that's pretty great. A vampire at a masquerade. That's classic. That's classic.
Who would have known?
Fiction.
All right.
How do you
Never
do in this
played
hammer
this
thing?
If you hover over your AC, there's a cogwheel that appears in the top right.
Oh, I was hovering over my token. Okay.
For the time that like I was in the dark, I didn't know what was going on. I was like, this is 100% a vampire because of the kiss turning into like a bite or something. But then Ben said it's all poison, and I'm like, what kind of vampire uses poison? It still may not be poison, but okay, I don't want to. Yeah, but I was like, okay, this went weird. But yeah, you were saying.
I was just trying to. I guess I described it too concretely. I was trying to give like what it felt like in a logical way, like a non. Like if you didn't know it was a vampire, how would you rationalize what this felt like? And I mean, like if this was like some kind of like spy espionage situation, you would.
Oh yeah, a
think
kiss
of
and
it
a
as
sharp
like
pain in the shoulder.
Well, I kind of described it as like moving in for the kiss, but that she moved kind of quickly, and she might could have maybe pulled a dagger and given you a nick on the shoulder or something. I don't know. I could have been clear with it.
This thing one-shotted me with 26 HP, so good luck, guys.
Oh no, we are very, very much in trouble. We don't have our weapons. I don't have my shield. I don't have armor.
I have access to basically everything I usually have except range.
Ben,
So I'm good.
quick clarification. I still can't cast any spells with somatic components.
I think that was for when you were chained up.
Yeah, that's because you were chained up.
Oh, so
Well, once
okay,
you escape
so
the chains, you totally could.
Okay, so because I was just about to say I am essentially doing nothing in this because all my spells are somatic components.
Yeah, no, that was just I could have
Okay.
clarified. It's just because you were your hands were chained up, so you couldn't use them for somatic.
Okay.
What does Gift of Alacrity do again?
It's a bonus to initiative. 1d8 to initiative.
Nice. That's going to come in clutch.
Makes you more agile.
Yeah, I rolled it when he cast it on me, and I rolled an 8. So I have at least 9 initiative. No, hold on. At least 12 initiative.
Oh.
Gotcha. All right.
But yeah, if those vampires are anything like those in Curse of Strahd, we may be fucked.
It's okay. I already accepted my character death about 3 hours back, so it can't get worse than that.
Yeah, I kind of just yeah.
Ben just sent me one message. It was a rather stinging kiss. You quickly lose consciousness. Depending on how quick the party are, we might not get back to you.
Ooh.
Oh fuck.
And I was like, okay.
Ever.
You might not get
That could have been an ever if you guys really just, you guys just like left the masquerade like, huh, weird. Arrows disappeared. Never found him.
Oh, there's no way a sibling wouldn't just do everything they could to find their sibling at a party where people are known to disappear.
Who knows? You know, I don't know. Yeah,
Speaking of
I don't
which-
think it would happen, but
If any of you have ever seen a bard before, I think at this point it might start to become obvious that Faith's magic is not very bardic.
Yeah, I think that's very apparent to Sid at this point. He's studied every type of magic.
Bram has no idea how magic works. He is not like he fully believes that anybody can do what he does. Like he does not consider himself special in any way.
Aw.
Gods did not choose him. He just learned how to access that magic. Anybody could do it with the right dedication. So he's like, oh, her magic's different. Weird.
except for
That's
Leafbeard, who
precious.
spent his
He didn't-
entire
that's-
life
that's the-
studying
Huh?
druids and their history and their arts, but couldn't cast druid magic.
Yeah. So he's like, I don't know how magic works. That's weird. And then never thought about it ever again. Just so like everyone else can maybe make the dot. Bram is fully like, you said you're a bard. You're a bard
Fair enough.
until it's proven otherwise, and then it still might be true.
All right, guys. We'll start next time by rolling initiative and seeing how this all goes.
I mean,
But
if Vivian's the only combatant, we might be okay. If Julian enters the fray, which he probably will, then we're in a tough spot.
all right.
And
Everyone prepared sunlight, right? That spell? That everyone's got that.
yeah, obviously.
Obviously.
Everyone can learn magic.
I've already cast invisibility. No one knows I'm here.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
Don't
Yeah, you're just an
vampires
invisible
have
panther.
like bonus detection things? I don't remember what they can do.
They do.
No, yeah, obviously.
Stop ruining my plan to just hide in the corner.
That's what Blue's doing.
This might be just bias, but I suddenly feel like I can do so many things because for the past like 1 hour, I was like, okay, can't cast somatic spells, can't cast somatic spells.
Yeah, I
And
thought.
now I'm like, my entire spell book just opened up for me.
Yeah, I should have clarified that.
No,
whole
it's
somatic
obvious,
thing
but
was
for
from,
some reason, it didn't just register.
Didn't click
with
for
me.
you. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
It happens.
I just thought, perhaps I was too tired to make like, somatic components or something like that.
Yeah, no. nothing that esoteric. Yeah, that'd be a little weird.
Oh, I can use divine sense way more often than I thought. I have it at 3. Dude, I can use it. Was it 3, 4? I can use it 4 times.
Yeah, it's charisma +1.
Yeah, so I can use it 4 times. So I still have 1 slot left. Not that it's going to matter. I mean, it did exactly what it's supposed to do. You got to love that ability.
How many of those do you get?
Divine sense.
Yeah, is it your charisma
It-
modifier?
It's charisma +1.
Oh, okay, so you get quite a few of those.
I mean, they don't go up. I mean, they max out at what, 6? But like, I don't think they'll go up very high. I think I'm gonna have a lot of other things I want to do before I pump anything more into charisma.
I just have this image of everyone getting ready for battle, and then Eris is like, pulling on his collar and letting out like a breath of air and going like, "Damn, narrowly avoided kissing a vampire."
So wait,
I get 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. Actually, I get 7.
Could have been an item of the bucket list. I mean, there's still Julian. You can always kiss Julian.
All right, I'm gonna go out here and get some lunch before the next session.
All right,
me
that
too.
was.
I'm needed elsewhere.
Thanks for bearing with us for splitting the party sixfold.
Yeah, it's no problem for me. Thanks for you guys bearing with having to wait your turns.
Oh, no
I know it
worries. I
sucks.
like
That was
listening to
on.
what
That was on
people are
us.
up to.
Especially Aries. You
Yeah.
had to wait for half
Yeah.
the damn session. Yeah, it was. I mean, obviously she was working on Heb, so it was going to be him. But you kind of swooped in and just
Saved his
took
life,
over.
essentially.
Yeah.
Gonna rub that in his face.
I'll never believe it.
5.
Yeah.
All right.
Or we might all die, and he swoops in, kills her, and then takes all the
Takes-
credit.
Takes all the credit.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, those rookies, they couldn't hang.
I mean, if we can't take her down as a group and he comes in and solos her, then he deserves the credit. You can have
Well,
that.
I mean, we'll have softened her up.
Hey, I
So,
Yeah.
no.
Like, I don't want to
Like
break
lifting
the
the lid on the
conversation.
jar.
I don't want to break the conversation, but I do have a mechanical question.
Mhm.
With list of prepared spells, it's charisma plus plus level,
Half your
Yeah,
level
let's
on the down.
so that's 5. But I also get I get oath spells. Do oath spells count?
No,
Okay,
you have
because
to pick from them. Yeah.
okay, I don't have I get those for just for free.
And,
'Cause I've
and
been
the only
looking-
reason I know all of this is because I've played like a paladin for like multiple levels.
Gotcha. Because
For
I've been
other people who are wondering why I know the answer to everything.
no
We were there when you played the paladin for multiple levels.
Oh yeah, yeah. It was
That-
good. Oh, my.
that's great. Thank you. That's the answer I wanted to hear because I've been playing with like 7 spells and I was like, am I cheating or is that correct? And I thought it was correct, but yeah, all my spells was like detect magic, speak with animals, detect poison. I took Shield of Faith. I don't know if I'll use it or not.
I like the name of that spell.
It is good. I have such few spells though. It made sense for the character, so I took it.
I
But
like it when people shield faith.
indeed,
I mean, if you were ever going to cast Shield of Faith, this would be a good situation for it since you don't have any other armor.
yeah.
Didn't Arcanto Shield of Faith your character Jonathan the session they died?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. And with that, I'll be off. But thank you guys for a wonderful session, and I'll see you next week.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I'm glad
See
you're feeling better,
guys.
Tony.
Yeah, I was just about to say. I'm glad wherever it was just passed.
Yeah, me too. It was not good.
All right,
All right,
thanks.
I'm off for real
thanks
this
for
time.
the
I
great
gotta
game.
go. Bye. Right, we're out of there. There are I don't know why I went to that screen, but whatever. We're gonna end on that. We'll not be back. No brief reprieve. This is the forever reprieve. Thank you for watching. Out there that watching. VOD will be on YouTube. If stuff you want to see. It's time we fight vampire, or a vampire, maybe more vampires. And be back next week, same time. Goodbye.